Welcome everyone to the 5th N64brew Game Jam. Like in our previous jams, the participants had 2 months to work on an entry that runs on official Nintendo 64 hardware. Unlike other years, however, we decided to do something slightly different for our theme. This time, we collaborated with LibDragon developers to write a template project, which participants would use to write minigames with. Afterwards, we merged everyone's entries into one large playable party game. Like last time, we had the community vote for their favorite entries instead of acquiring some guest judges. Nonetheless, we have kept the interviews going. I, Lorenzo, also known as Boo342, will be doing the interviews again. And this year I have brought in our other organizers, Rasky and Sneks. Gentlemen, please introduce yourselves.
Hello everybody, my name is Giovanni and I'm known as Rasky online. I'm a software developer and a software engineering manager in my daytime job, and I've been part of, let's say, homebrew, retro gaming and retro programming communities basically for many years. It's something that really is fun for me, basically.
Hello, I'm Sneks. I'm a professional game developer since 2017 pretty much, and I've always been into game programming sort of partly as a hobby. I also did an internship at Ubisoft once. But I've been in traditional software development as a job.
So, what got you both into N64 homebrew development?
That happened a few years ago. I think it was around 2017 or 2018. I don't remember. Basically, I've always wondered how complex it is to program for this RFP chip on N64. I didn't know much about the N64 hardware, but I was fascinated by this chip that was kind of some kind of a mystery. I've heard the stories about it, like that there were hardware bugs on it, and people were like really having a really hard time to actually push it, and so on. And so, for some reason, this was fascinating to me. I'm not sure exactly why, but this is something that got me interested into the N64 hardware in general. So I actually started by writing an emulator for the N64 because it's a way for me to better understand the hardware. So I began writing an emulator, and I also got a development flash card, the 64 drive that was available at the time. And so I started hacking around on the hardware to basically try to reverse engineer stuff, especially focusing on the RSP chip. And then after that, basically I moved to homebrew programming because I started to understand how the hardware was working, and I had my first encounter with LibDragon while writing these, small programs just to reverse engineer the hardware while working on the emulator. So basically, it was just a smooth path from the emulator development to the homebrew development. My first project has been actually I was porting the Dragon Slayer game to N64, which I actually completed, but I never released it for IP reasons. But actually I completed that, and I was working on the H264 codec support for N64 running on the RSP chip. So that was my first homebrew development. I was using LibDragon from the start, but really just a little bit of it. I was mostly working, let's say, on bare metal. And then after that, I basically got interested into improving LibDragon.
I think like a lot of people, I got into it during the COVID lockdown in 2021. I've always been a fan of the console. Like I've loved it as a kid, always been a fan of it. A lot of dear memories. So I just got curious, like, is it actually possible to make your own game for this thing? Like I hadn't really, before that, I didn't really think about homebrew at all. Like I was just wondering, is it possible? So I did some research and I found a bunch of resources on like the libultra like official SDK, and like messed around with that a little bit, but then decided not to keep using it because of like it's a legal gray area, so I didn't really want to get into that. Then I found LibDragon actually at some point, but I was really disappointed because it had no support for 3D graphics back then at all. So yeah, that's pretty much where it started.
And what has kept you improving LibDragon? It's a lot of work for free.
Yes, it's work for free is true, but let's say my first rule when I work on my spare time is always to do work on open source stuff, because in general I prefer to release source code with free licenses, so that, let's say, my work creates a legacy. So this is what really motivates me. I don't like working on closed source software, because it feels to me that, after I stop working, nothing is left, because open source software, sorry, closed source software, after a while becomes basically unusable when time passes by. And so this idea of creating a legacy always motivates me on working on open source and releasing open source software. And so, yeah, it's a lot of work, but since it's open source, it feels to me that it's going to help people now and in the future, and this is what drives me to actually work on it. And yeah, basically, when I started working on LibDragon more seriously, LibDragon was really barebone, and there were a lot of things missing. I was already in the Discord server and the N64brew server, and people were discussing that LibDragon was not really a serious alternative to libultra, because of course it was much more primitive. There was no 2D support for accelerated graphics and so on. And so basically I wanted to release let's say, the Dragon's Lair port. I couldn't release because, again, for IP reasons, but still I did a lot of work on the video codecs and audio programming and so on, and that work I did want to release somehow. And so working on LibDragon was, for me, a way to start releasing the Dragon's Lair engine, let's say, Dragon's Lair engine to the community. And then I found out that actually programming N64 is kind of a fractal job, because every time you add something to LibDragon, you find out more that you could do and more things that people want. So you finish one thing and people say, "Oh, this is great! It's incredible to have this available in LibDragon, and now we also would need this and this." And so it actually never finishes, and it's still fun. It's still fun to me. There are still many different things. I have a personal to-do list for LibDragon, which I do not share because I don't want to, let's say, I want to feel motivated to go through my to-do list without making public, because otherwise you get pressure from the people and so on. So I have a personal to-do list, which is still quite long, actually, with many things to do. And so I don't know if maybe at some time I will just grow bored of working on it. But for now, it still feels like fun evenings, and so I'm still working on it. I'm not, let's say, I'm not counting how many hours I'm doing. Of course, I'm just living it day by day, and I like where the project is going. I like that we have many contributors now, many people helping the effort, and we just ran our first our first jam with 100% of LibDragon contribution. So I'm actually very pleased with the outcome of this work.
Yeah, so like I said, I was really disappointed there was no 3D graphic support. I mean, that's pretty much what the N64 is known for. So actually, I looked at another open source SDK after that. I think it was called N64 Chain or libN64 or something like that. And I extended that with 3D graphics support just for fun, because I was really bored. And I should say I have some computer graphics background. Like I specialized in computer graphics at a university, so I did know some stuff already. So it wasn't like completely new to me. Yeah, so I did that, but then I realized, this project is pretty much abandoned, so it's pretty pointless to keep working on that. So I went back to LibDragon, ported my 3D U code to that, and it worked, but it was like really primitive. Yeah, but ultimately I scrapped that too because it was too similar to the U code in the official SDK, like libultra. So I mean, the whole point was I wanted to do something that's not tied to these proprietary libraries and so on. So I started working together with Rasky on RSPQ, which is pretty much like the RSP command queue. It's kind of the foundation of a lot of hardware accelerated features we have in LibDragon nowadays. Yeah, and it just kept going from there. Like I've since made it my mission to add not only 3D graphics but high performance 3D graphics, and it's just kept going from there. And as to why I'm doing it, I mean, it is pretty much just a hobby for me. Like I did almost go into professional game development at some point, but for various reasons I didn't, and as I said, got into more traditional software development. So this is really, just a little outlet for me, if you will, to still work on game stuff, but not too serious because it's still meant to be fun. And I mean, it's kind of just to prove a point to myself, I'd say. So yeah, it's basically just a hobby, a slightly obsessive hobby, but a hobby nonetheless.
Thank you both very much for your answers.
Thank you.
Like last year, we were not able to have the interviews done before announcing the winners. So this year, the interview will continue to be post-mortem of the jam entry. But as is usual with all of our game jams, all projects are open source, so you can compile these entries and learn from them in case you decide to get into N64 homebrew development. Our top 3 entries this year were Hydra Harmonics in 3rd place, SpaceWaves in 2nd place, and Sauna Rush in 1st place. Our final prize pot was $1,754, our highest yet. And the 1st place winner chose to donate the proceeds to the Alzheimer's Association, a non-profit that is dedicated to helping research Alzheimer's and dementia, as well as providing support for patients via consultations and support groups. We also had 2 raffles this year. Command Tab offered a Summer Cart 64, and Rocky offered a collectible N64 watch from the 1996 American launch to anyone who submitted an entry in the spirit of trying to get people to make submissions, no matter how crappy they think they are. After all, the point of these jams is to get homebrew out there so that people can learn from the submissions, but to also have fun. Our template project was written in LibDragon, which required everyone to use LibDragon for their submission. Despite that, we had the most submissions of any year with 21 submissions, 3 of which were by one team since we allowed multiple submissions this time. Our plan of making the jam minigame focused was that we'd hope people would make more smaller projects, and I think we succeeded with that. Alright, our participants are waiting for us to get started, so let's go ahead and bring them in so we can discuss their projects. All right, so first, introduce yourself and your experience with the N64.
Yeah, so my name is Max Beböck, or Hail to the Dongo on Discord. I think my experience with N64 is rather fresh, like I think a year or something. But I've been doing a lot of graphics programming and like random modding or other consoles before.
All right, and tell us a little bit about your minigame. Well, what was your inspirations? How did it evolve over time? Did you like what you submitted?
I did like what I submit, yeah. It evolved quite a bit over time, I think. So the name of the game is Coin Rush, but internally it's called Boss Fight. I think in the beginning I was trying to do some 1 versus 3 mini game where 3 players control like the little knights you have now, and 1 player was doing the boss, but it didn't really work out in the end, so I kind of just went with the generic auto-scroller and jump and run stuff, and even that didn't work out, and in the end I just used what I have now, so collect coins, do a bit of jump and run stuff, and yeah, it was quite some trouble getting it working to a point where it was actually fun to play.
What sort of trouble?
I think at one point when I modified it from the boss fight to the jump and run, it was pretty much just like an empty level. You just run left to right and you can fight each other, but it felt a bit empty, I think. At some point I had the AI all working and everything, and then I just realized, it's not really that great. Then I kind of just put in the other stuff, like collecting the coins. It's also a bit of a badly disguised tech demo for the particle stuff, but I think it worked out fine.
All right, and what was your general experience with, working with LibDragon, since we have some of the LibDragon developers here in the voice chat with us? If you have any other experiences with other consoles, like that would be a great comparison as well.
I did a bit of DS homebrewing like years ago, but I think DevKit Pro, what it's called, but a bit more archaic, I would say. I think LibDragon in general is pretty much at a point where I would say it's pretty much like programming a PC game, I would say. Like not Unity level, but if you download something like SDL or something, I would say it's pretty much on that level. We just get going, and if you ignore some of the N64 weirdness, it's pretty easy to work with, I'd say.
Was there anything that you felt was missing, or like a specific tool or something from LibDragon that would probably have helped you?
For me personally, no. I think one big issue a lot of people had was like collision and that stuff, because there isn't really a one-fits-all solution you could just use normally. I was lucky because I had some other random projects I had lying around where it was somewhat finished, so I could just cobble together the code. But I think like tooling to get the mesh data, generate collision from it, then write all the code for it, that's probably a big thing holding like 3D games back, I think.
Okay, and did you find, like, what was your experience with implementing AI? Did you think it was complicated, or it was something you left for last minute? Did you have difficulties tuning it?
I think it wasn't that complex in the end, it's just a lot of it. I think my code is written in a way where the player or the player class that moves the characters around, it just gets an input which tells it, hey, I want to move in that direction, I want to jump, I want to attack. And this either comes from the controller or from the AI. So from the AI I have to code, it's pretty much just pretending to press buttons, so to speak. So I was sitting there and just thinking, oh, what would I do in that situation, and can I somehow program that? It didn't turn out to be too complicated, but there's like tons of logic to just a bunch of if-else checks and such. Worked surprisingly well.
All right. Well, those the basic questions that I have. Does anyone else here in the team want to say anything or ask anything?
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question. What did you find was the most difficult part of your game to get going, and similarly, what was the easiest part?
I think the easiest part, to start that way, I think that's making assets, 3D models and such, because I was just doing that before a lot of times. So, just throwing together like the basic engine or something, but relatively easy because I had mostly code lying around or was used to it. The hardest part, I think what I mentioned in the beginning, like getting to a point where it was actually fun to play and control, right? That stuff, because it's more, not programming something down, but more a feeling to get everything right. That was surprisingly hard in the end.
So the game design side of things.
Yeah, it changed quite a lot. So in my head, it always sounded fun and easy to do, and it would look nice. But then I actually programmed it, tested it on console, and was like, not quite right yet. It took a lot of time.
Any other questions? In that case, I have a question. So I'm going to give a little bit of context to people who are listening into this who don't really know. Hilton the Dongo is working on a 3D microcode for LibDragon called Tiny 3D. And this project, I would say it's a bit, like you said yourself, is a bit of a tech demo and a demonstration of what is possible with your library microcode. And I want to ask, what made you decide to write microcode for the N64?
I think this was OpenGL, and I don't mean this in a bad way. There were a few issues I had when I was making some projects, like performance or also API. And by that, I don't mean something wrong in the implementation or just OpenGL in general felt a bit limiting at times, and getting certain things done like multi-texturing and scrolling textures and something like that. And then I realized that, yeah, it's probably not going to work out with that. Then I was looking into how complicated it would be to fix these things or make it better. And then I realized it's kind of more design thing, or the direction I wanted to go doesn't really fit that API that well. So then, one thing went to another and just looked how complicated would it be to write microcode, which I think the Dragon does a good job of helping with. So lots of code is already provided, the whole infrastructure of making such a code, loading it, running it, some helper functions, both for some basic stuff, but even things like, probably a bit too technical, but putting a screen space triangle, make it that the RDP can draw it, things like that. And yeah, just started playing around with some code, met some random stuff which didn't necessarily had something to do with 3D. I think like a Mandelbrot or some, colorful images, things like that. And then I realized that it's realistic to make a 3D code. Yeah, just did that in the end. But it worked out really well. It was also a lot of fun, especially optimizing everything and then finally seeing some funny triangles on the screen, also on real console. Yeah.
Did you find the documentation for that plentiful? I'm assuming most of it just you use the wiki a lot.
Yeah, it was a lot of times where I just, had to try out things. I think documentation-wise for the RSP, so I'm not sure how technical I should get, but effectively the second CPU where the code is running on, which is mostly written in assembly usually, there was pretty good documentation. I think Rescue wrote it on some article. And the RDP is something I thankfully didn't have to touch too much, since Sleep Dragon already provides function for that. So like setting, loading textures and setting colors, color combiners, so how you want to draw stuff, that's all provided by the Dragon. So I could focus on the core 3D aspect of it. It helped a lot. But at the end, I actually implemented some more or less higher level language, which helps me write these codes a bit more easier, and also have some automatic optimizations and stuff. But yeah, I think documentation-wise, it was surprisingly good.
All right, that's awesome to hear. Does anyone else have any questions?
Not a question, but I'd like to add, first of all, I don't blame you for ditching OpenGL. For context, I'm the one who wrote the LibDragon implementation for OpenGL. And yeah, again, I don't blame you for ditching it, because in hindsight, it's not sure, it makes sense in some sort of way, because the old OpenGL 1.1 is what we used, is kind of the same graphics capability wise. It fits quite well to the N64 and its capabilities, but in hindsight, we noticed it doesn't really fit that well, because there are so many quirks and so many hoops you have to jump through to get it working. So I'm not happy with it either. There are some potential improvements we have planned, performance-wise, but API-wise, it's just OpenGL. Nothing you can do about it. So yeah, absolutely don't blame you there. And secondly, it was, you said you just tried things out and made some progress towards what is now Tiny 3D. It was really fun tracking that progress, as you posted a bunch of things on Discord. And I gotta say, well done. It's really impressive what you've put together.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's about it.
All right. Well, thank you very much for being here. It was a pleasure having you. I hope you had fun in our game jam.
Yeah, lots of fun. And thank you for hosting everything and making the interviews.
Awesome. Then hopefully we can see you next time we host a game jam.
Yeah, see you.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Well, we will field you some questions, but feel free to just show us your presentation first, and then I'll ask questions afterwards if you missed out on anything. All right, take it away.
Okay, no problem. You can start with the questions. So let me introduce myself. My name is Ilya Kostolev, and I have been working on the SpaceWaves project, a minigame that is both asymmetrical and is in the deathmatch style. So first of all, let me state the goals that were used to make this game. So first of all, I wanted a project that would be inspired by the classic games on the PCs that came out in the early 2000s and the late 90s, so that were similar to MechWarriors or the Echelon. And making a game in space was a pretty interesting challenge to take. So another goal that I wanted to tackle with it was to make it an asymmetrical game. That means that different people have different roles on how to play the game. That was a decision I made because I knew how most of the projects were going to be symmetrical with everyone playing the same basic rule set. So another goal was to not only make it a simple one-and-go project, but to make it as replayable as possible through randomness, through interesting and fun and engaging gameplay. Another goal was to have basic Rumble Pack support. That was one of the things that the Nintendo 64 features, and not many homebrew projects actively use it, even on this game jam. So that was a pretty interesting idea to implement. And the most important of all, everything that I wrote in this game had to be pretty simple, so that it wouldn't take too long, or the development wouldn't be stale, and had to fit under the 2 megabyte limit proposed by the game jam. And of course, to not use the expansion pack if possible, because that was a feature not frequently available for majority of the users. So as a starting point, while I was in the army, because while making this project, I had to use a very special setup with a specific version of Ares 132 with the main RDP support, but with CPU only, but the version that could run the latest LibDragon plus Tiny3D, few instances to test on hardware, just because how it worked where I was. And so especially how to make a simple project so that it wouldn't become, like I said, a stale idea. So I started with a simple experiment in Blender, how the project would look, tried to replicate that in the tiny 3D examples, and slowly started to build in some interesting ideas, interesting gameplay mechanics, so holocaust bonuses, different players, etc., the UI. And there were quite a bit of problems to solve with the little space and the full 3D nature of the N64, and how to tackle the floor players in this complex space. Also, how to make it fun and fair for different players in asymmetrical teams. And how to keep the game engaging even after the player has played the game for even multiple times. So the first problem was tackled by bringing the 3D half a dimension down, by using pretty simple early rotations for the player, and the enemy aircraft could be controlled in a simple way with the same kind of up, down, left, right, so the controls would be intuitive. So I didn't use the full 3D rotation with the gimbal lock-free quaternions, so that would be pretty unintuitive to control. So essentially, by bringing down the dimension, it was essentially a 2D game with depth using polar coordinates. So that was easy to write in code and to comprehend. So how to tackle the asymmetrical teams? So to make things fair and square, each player had to be on both sides using up to 4 rounds. And the concept of points ensures that the resulting score is fair for everyone. And the concept of bonuses added a bit of randomness to the gameplay, and also make it a lot more fun and enjoyable by stealing bonuses from others, or having intense gameplay moments where you are one 1 inch from death and you activate your shield and suddenly you're invincible for 10 seconds. So that brought out quite a bit of interesting experiences. And the dynamic background was made fully on the RDP in 2-cycle mode, and was a fully random background by using quite a bit of math and interesting textures. and a lot of random colors. So that gave away to quite beautiful skies and much of the replayability by using different interesting backgrounds. So the technical side was that I blended a lot of textures into one single material with some interesting math. And so for the optimization, I knew I needed to run at a 480i mode because of the much higher resolutions at the PC side. So this game does not use the Z buffer. It heavily uses the RDBQ blocks, but it still wasn't enough to do full 30 FPS on the console. So that was a bit of a challenge. So an additional features that I really love is to how it was easy to integrate the rumble support and to add an FMV intro, how it was fitted under just 2 megabytes. Originally, I wanted to make this scene in engine, using an additional scene, but that didn't. It would take a long time to implement, and I didn't know if I could implement it. So I resorted to a much more simple but yet a unique feature for this game, an FMV logo. And so it's one of the games where I used a full Substance Painter and PBR workflow to model on the last models, the minigun model. So I break down the textures so it looked quite realistic for what the console could afford. And so one of the missed features that I had was to, just because I had run out of time, was to tell each player what color they were, how I wanted to each player gravitate towards each other, so that there wouldn't be much difference in how the main player needed to rotate as much. So the plans were quite a bit ALS, so I wanted to use LEDs, but I couldn't because of the 2-cycle mode and multi-texturing. And I wanted to have some additional environmental modifiers, such as like adding gravity or faster projectiles or such, that would activate randomly per each game. But I simply had run out of time to implement that. And so finally, I think that was a pretty interesting experience, especially for me, especially in the environment I had made it. And I'm quite proud of the result I could achieve, because this is pretty much my first game on the console. Previously, I had worked on simple demos and bringing new technology to the N64 and LibDragon especially, but making a game was quite a bit enjoyable. So I look forward to bringing more interesting projects to the community. So if you have any additional questions, I would be pleased to answer them.
All right, thank you very much. Does anyone have any other extra questions? Okay. I have some. You answered basically everything that I was going to ask you. One thing that you didn't cover was what was your experience with implementing the AI? Like, did you find it complicated?
So
Did you have difficulties tuning it?
Okay, so the AI was an interesting thing because there's basically two main ways you can handle the AI. The first one is by writing the custom logic to basically have their own rule set. And the second way is to have them generate inputs like a player does. And so the second way is how I opted to make the AI. And since I had to worry about only the AI of the enemy spaceships and not the main player itself, so it was quite a bit easier by having it have the code. And the AI in this game is quite simple. They just avoid your crosshair and target the bonuses and just pressing buttons at specific times. So the AI is basically outputting in a state for the controller, for the gameplay to use. So it had very little code to actually run. So the code for the AI compared to the entire game is quite small, but it's quite effective.
All right, thank you very much. I had some technical questions, but your presentation, you basically answered everything that I was going to ask you. One other thing that I
Okay, I'm glad
did
you
want
did.
to ask. Sorry?
I'm glad you did.
Yeah. Yeah. One thing that I did want to ask you is if you had any plans to expand on your project into like a full-fledged game, because I'm a big fan of the space fight in Shadows of the Empire, and I also love the other like space fighter sim games like X-Wing Alliance and Elite Dangerous, and I'd love to see something like that on the
Okay,
N64.
so yeah, I got you. I got your question. So, pretty much the game is well. I think it's quite done for what it wants to convey because if you want to make a fully fledged 3D game in space for the multiplayer for 4 players, you have to tackle the 3D nature of the entire space, and you have to use viewports, and that would make rendering 4 times as hard. And so what I wanted to make in the game was I described in the last slide of the presentation of about implementing to train the planes which colors they were, etc. So these were the features that I missed from the game, but to make it a fully fledged flying simulator is a quite a different challenge, and is up to an entirely new project, I think.
Well, I meant more like if you wanted to take basically most of the code that you had there and then make it into like a full game, probably like something single player. I don't know. I was just curious if you were going to take some of the work that you've done here and expand further on it. If you had any plans for that.
Currently, no. I was working on other projects, which is the Christmas scene, and now I have some interesting ideas on how to expand the technology, etc. So I'll see if I can bring something out with this project. Maybe make the scenes a bit linear, maybe add the descriptions, maybe add some interesting events. Maybe. Who knows?
All right. Any other questions?
Yeah. In your presentation, you said you couldn't quite manage to make the game run in 30 FPS. Do you think that's
Yeah, pretty much.
yeah, that's like an inherent limitation of what the game is doing, like the high res mode
Uh,
and the 3D graphics and so on, or is it a limitation in the tools that you had at your disposal, like LibDragon itself or something?
okay, I think I got it. So, for the optimization side, I think that's because of how I use the CPU itself. Because if you play the game and it hits 30 FPS quite nicely, even with multiple layers stuck together in 480i mode. That's because I make use of RSPQ blocks, no Z buffering, etc. So the technology is there, but how I handled the logic is quite slow because I had rushed with the code quite a bit. So it's not optimized. So if you want to optimize this game, then this game logic is the first point because the enemy code, the player code, how other stuff is handled is basically a singleton process.
All right, so currently the CPU, the main CPU is the bottleneck, is what you're saying?
I think that it's not the bottleneck, but a lot of code makes it run slow.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, I think that's everything. Thank you very much for participating in our game jam this year, and hopefully we can see you again
Thank
next
you
time.
for organizing it.
It is our pleasure.
Bye bye.
All right. Take care.
Goodbye.
Introduce yourself and your experience with the N64, and if you have any other experience with other consoles.
Sure. So I'm professional web developer in my day job. My name's Eli. I'm a professional developer in my day job. I work mostly with full stack web development. Haven't really done any game development before the game jam. So this is my first experience with game development, and also my first experience with C programming. More than that, I've been playing the N64 for probably since the last 30 years or so. I've guess 1996 was when I started playing, when I got my N64. Yeah, and it's always been a dream of mine to create N64 games. So now with the tools of LibDragon and Tiny 3D progressing, it allows me to do that. And yeah, I guess that's answer to the first portion of questions.
All right, then tell us a little bit about your game. What was your inspiration? How did your idea evolve over time? And are you satisfied with what you submitted?
Sure. So my game, I had much higher ambitions for my game. I shifted gears many times. What I kept trying to do was start with the Snake 3D game, add something new, and then go from there. So I switched like the map level a couple times. I tried switching character models, but that was very challenging to get anything to look good without. I have no modeling experience, and I was attempting to do some modeling, but that I didn't get very far with that. I think that's something I need to work on. But so I started by altering the Snake 3D game and dabbled with going further than that, but ended up circling back and refocusing on just taking the Snake 3D game, adding something new. And my initial idea, like what my game does, is it has 9 blocks that you smash or destroy, and every player is doing that at the same time, and eventually you get to the block that has the hidden chest inside of it. Um, Initially, what I wanted to do was have a 3D grid that the player would be able to maybe start from the bottom of the blocks and then move up to a second layer of blocks and then maybe a third layer of blocks. My biggest problem was I was stopped because I couldn't get something to display on the screen. Uh, like I think it was the Tiny 3D. Didn't know how the vectors make things appear on the screen. So I eventually found that out, but I was kind of cutting it close to the game jam time. So I guess with all that said, I'm sort of happy with how it turned out. Sort of wish I could have went a bit further with my own customizations and stuff. Yeah, so I guess like I'd like to learn the tools more, learn Blender better, learn C more deeply, and yeah, keep developing. I guess I'm just happy to participate, learning a little bit here and there.
It was one of your first experiences developing on the console?
It is, yeah. It was my first experience. I think I had maybe pulled down LibDragon, pulled down Tiny 3D, and ran some of the examples, but I hadn't coded in it before.
All right. Did you have experience with C or other embedded systems before?
No, not at all. I took a C++ class a long time ago, but other than that, that was pretty much C experience.
So this is a bit of a trial by fire for you.
For sure, yeah, very much so. I mean, the examples were very helpful. I'll say that, like the Tiny 3D and LibDragon examples, those helped me get through the game jam and produce something that was playable. I mean, I still feel mine is pretty unpolished, but
Was your general developer experience with the tools, the libraries? Did you feel like you had enough documentation? Did you feel like there was anything missing that probably would have helped you out?
uh, I would say it was a very good developer experience. I mean, the docs are there to tell you what to do, and I think they're written fairly well. I did I created a blog post about my experience, but yeah, mostly just I had a very good experience setting up all the tools.
All right, cool. And what about your experience with the AI? Did you find it complicated? You kind of left it last minute? Did you find it hard to tune?
Uh, I I didn't really alter that from the Snake 3D game. Well, I did a little bit, other than like I changed the target. So I would say non-existent experience with the AI. Like I sort of didn't didn't mess with it too much.
Okay. Just to give context to listeners, when we created the template for the game jam, we provided 3 example games, and we had one example games where it was just a bunch of snakes, and they would just move in a straight line to a specific target, and that was a demonstration of like some basic AI that someone could use in their project. Does Sneks, do you have any questions?
Yeah. I'd like to know what was the easiest part of your game to implement, and what was the most difficult? What would you say?
Let's see, the easiest part for me was coming up with ideas of what I wanted to do. And I had like 4 different concepts before I started going for this one. The one that I ended up with. And so yeah, the ideas came easy. Also, like I created a bunch of character models that with the intent to create Blender model files from. I didn't end up getting that far. I think I started on the first one and realized I don't have the know-how to get through this. So I kind of that hindered me. But then so I guess that leads to the hardest part, which probably would have been for like a couple weeks. I wouldn't spend much time each day, but I'd just be stopped because I think I mentioned before, like I couldn't figure out how using Tiny 3D to get a new model that I had introduced onto the screen. And I kind of like the last couple days, like leading up to the end of the jam, I finally figured out how to do that. And so yeah, I would say just getting something to appear on the screen, that was the hardest part, but the ideas came easier.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions? No? All right, then that's it. Thank you very much for participating. Hopefully you had a fun time and experience, and we can see you again next time.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, take care.
Too.
Bye.
Introduce yourself and your team member who unfortunately couldn't be here today, and tell us a little bit about your experience with programming on the N64 or other homebrew consoles.
Yeah, so I'm Samuli Jääskeläinen, and I was doing the game with Pyry, who is my friend. We previously also did the first N64 game jam when it was 4 years ago, and I have been doing a lot of different homebrew stuff, from everything from Vectrex to more modern systems like N64 and PlayStation 1. So I have a very varied background in developing for all kind of different things.
All right, and tell us a little bit about your game. What was your inspiration? How did your ideas evolve over time? Are you happy with what you submitted?
Yeah, we are quite happy with the submission. So a little bit background of the team is that I basically made the whole game, and Pyry helped me just with the ideation phase. So Pyry is a very big fan of N64, so he has a lot of like knowledge of all kind of different things that have been made for the system. So we bounce around a lot of different ideas, and the main goal for us was, in the same way that it was actually in the first jam for the N64, was also to make something that is unique for N64, and it would be a little bit more difficult to have it exist on other consoles. So that way we ended up doing this kind of like a twister for the N64 controller, because the controller layout is quite unique. In most game controllers, you can actually press all the buttons at the same time with no issues, but that's not something that you can easily do with N64. So it was this kind of like a fun way of interacting with the controller, even more than just interacting with the game.
All right, cool. Yeah, I was going to say it was nice seeing you again, because you did participate in our first game jam, and then you didn't show up for all of the ones after that, and I was afraid that we scared you or something.
No, I'm just busy, and there is always other things in life that are interesting.
Yeah, perfectly understandable. So in general, what was your developer experience with making the minigame? Were the tools and libraries and documentation good enough? How does it compare since you mentioned you've worked on homebrew for lots of other consoles? How does it compare to how those things are in the other consoles? Or did you feel like there were any tools missing?
I think I was very happy with the template and all these modern tools. In the first jam, I didn't use the LibDragon and the modern tools because they weren't that mature yet. But I think now the development in N64 like scene is very mature. Like I could see myself making like a large and big project with these tools. I would say maybe like something like Mega Drive and Game Boy are maybe they have even more amazing tools, but N64 definitely like now is in a state that I can easily recommend it for people who would like to do something for this kind of generation. Especially if you compare to PlayStation 1 and Sega Saturn scenes, it's way easier to just like get something up and running with N64 now.
Right, yeah, because your first Game Jam entry, you did it with Lib Ultra, and so this was your first time working with LibDragon?
Yes, and Tiny 3D as well, and especially with the Tiny 3D and the Blender add-ons, it was so easy to just make all the assets and put them in the game. So I didn't really have any like development hurdles. Only thing that I didn't really evaluate was music and sound. So the game actually just has like a WAV file sample sound that is looping as a music, as I didn't have time to go into the whole music production side of things. But what I did like a quick glance over the documentation on that one, it didn't look too bad either. But that would require making a musician in a team.
All right, and what was your experience with implementing the AI? Did you find it complicated? Was it difficult to tune it?
For our game, like when we were doing the ideation phase, one of the main things about the ideas that we like approved or rejected for further development was the AI. So we wanted to make like a game where making the AI is very quick. And in our game, like it was just a matter of like how long does this AI survive depending on different difficulties. And it was quite easy to tune it alone. The one thing that I maybe would have liked to have actually had more time to tune was the actual difficulty of the game, because now it's a little bit random how it ramps up the difficulty. So some rounds are a lot easier than others. So sometimes the AI might be almost impossible to beat if the game round itself has a very bad seed.
All right, cool. Snackus, do you have any questions?
About just what you were just talking about. So the AI doesn't actually simulate pressing the buttons. It just basically has some chance of surviving, of being okay or not. Do I understand correctly?
Yes. So yeah, it simulates in a sense that it like actually presses the buttons in the code, but it doesn't like think how difficult this would be to press with human hands. And at some point, it just starts failing and dying.
Okay.
So it's basically just a timer with a little bit of a random value.
Another question. Since you're already quite experienced with homebrew and game development in general, what would you say working with N64 and LibDragon in particular? What was the easiest part, and what was the most difficult part in developing your game?
I think generally it's the like you need to use lower level languages like C. So all the memory management and all these kind of like how much storage I can use and all these kind of things is usually the thing that requires a little bit of planning and is a little bit more difficult than with other platforms or like more modern platforms. But in terms of just like getting things on the screen, getting the button presses and getting some audio playing, I didn't have any trouble with all of those. So it was more of this kind of like a generic C issues that you would have with any other platform as well that are usually the ones that take time. So I didn't have anything N64 specific that was like stopping me from development.
Okay, that's all my questions.
All right. I was trying to see if I had any questions, but your entry was quite fun. It was a really creative idea. I really liked it, especially considering that the N64's controller has a reputation for being really weird. But yeah, no, in general, quite happy with how your game works and stuff. I don't think I have any other questions. You also answered basically everything else that I wanted to ask.
Yeah, great. I just want to thank you guys from organizing these jams every year. I think it's always, even if I'm not participating, I'm always checking from the sidelines that what's happening in the server. And I'm super happy to see that it's so alive.
Awesome. Thank you very much for participating. It's always awesome to have people, especially with lots of other experience in other systems being around here. and hopefully we can see you for next time as well.
Maybe. Let's see. Thank you.
All right, take care.
Goodbye.
Hello, welcome. Please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your experience with N64, if you have experience with other consoles, etc.
Sure. So yeah, I'm representing the Meek Corporation as Meek. I've been on the N64brew world for a while now. I think a little over 10 years actually. So my background is I studied computer science in college, and that was my first experience with homebrew. I was originally targeting SDL-based platforms, specifically the PSP, but when I got my big corporate job, I had some downtime, and N64 was what was big when I was 10 years old. So that's kind of what I have latched onto as my favorite console. And at the time, I was kind of curious about, I had always heard how hard N64 was to develop for, and I kind of wanted to see, with some software development shops of my own, how bad that really was. And in 2014, that was, it was a really interesting lesson for me. I built the Flappy Bird game for N64, which was one of the first complete games built using LibDragon back in the day. And since then, it's been used to help continue building that open source toolkit up. So that's kind of my background. What else you got?
All right. Introduce your game. Tell us a little bit what was your inspiration? How did your ideas evolve over time? Are you satisfied with what you submitted?
Sure. So my submission for this game jam was called Land Grab. My inspiration was actually Rasky messaging me about 2 weeks after the jam started and telling me that I should submit something. At which point I kind of kicked the idea around in my head for another couple of weeks before finally joining about a month late. But the game inspiration was my 5-year-old son is obsessed with the board game Blockus. And so that is a 4-player game where you put down tiles each, in sequence and try to block each other out of spaces. It's like a land grab kind of game. So that was where I went because largely I was on a time crunch. This is a hobby project and I was already starting a month behind. So I kind of scoped my idea way, way down. And then from there it was like, all right, let's get something playable and then see what we can do beyond playable. So I would say I did follow my original idea, and it did evolve slightly over time, only insofar as that I wasn't sure I was actually going to be able to finish. And so the evolution was just polish on top that I was able to add. But am I satisfied? That's, it's one of those things where I consider myself to be a perfectionist, so I'd say I'm never satisfied with anything, but at some point, it has to be good enough. You have to let it go. So it was good enough. There were definitely some extra flourishes I wanted to add, particularly on the win state is not as overwhelming as I wanted it to be in terms of flashy color and, really being celebratory. But overall, I think I hit what I wanted to in terms of, having AI, having sound effects and music that's not super annoying, and a game that actually works.
Yeah. When I first I tried out all the entries with a friend, and when I first saw your entry, I was like, oh, I immediately know what this is. This is Blockus. I've played this before. I've written an AI for solving Blockus games, part of a competition that I participated in many years ago. And so I completely demolished my poor friend because I already knew some strategies about this game. But he was a bit lost because the game was sort of lacking a tutorial, and I had to kind of explain how Blockus works to him. Did you not have time to do that?
Yeah, so that was one of the things I ran into because, if you look through my commit history, I really only built this in about a week span. So a lot got cut from my ideas list, and definitely the tutorial thing was something I struggled with during development because I couldn't get anybody to play test it because it was just inscrutable. So my compromise there was when you start the game, it puts the controls on the gutters, the left and right hand side, so that you know what the controls actually do. And I actually do use all the buttons on the controller, so that's there's a lot going on there. And then the other thing that I did was there's a little hint window at the bottom that just it starts off with a context sensitive hint depending on which turn it is, and then it starts rotating through random suggestions of either strategy or just how to play the game, what the rules are. So I did try to incorporate a little bit of tutorial in there where I could, but the realization here was this is a mini game, so I don't really have a lot of space to put in, a lot of architecture that you would have in a proper game. Definitely, like, the menu was super bare bones. Everything was cut down to the minimum it could be, and so tutorial didn't make the cut. My hope was that you'd play around, kind of figure it out, and then pick it up the next round like you would any Mario Party game.
All right, cool. And my next question was, what was your general developer experience with making the minigame? The tools, libraries, documentation. You said you've had plenty of experience with LibDragon before. Did you also feel like you had anything that was like tools that you could have used that weren't provided by LibDragon?
So I would say when I started using LibDragon, we were pretty much in the dark ages. Like, we had a toolkit, it kind of worked, but everything was rough around the edges. And if we're not in it already, I would say we are rapidly approaching a golden age of N64 development tooling. Things have gotten so much better in terms of like the libraries. I used my game was entirely 2D, so I didn't use Tiny 3D, but I really appreciate all the love and care that's gone into that. But even all the underlying RDPQ stuff is just phenomenal in terms of performance and in terms of usability. So it's come a long way. And also, in terms of the number of times that I ran this on a real console and got stuck on a black screen and couldn't figure out what was going on, actually, it didn't happen a single time. I always got a crash message of some kind. So this is glorious. Not to mention the fact that with Summer Cart, I can pretty much, I can run everything right from my computer, upload it over USB, test it all, immediately. The feedback loops are super tight. And even when I'm on the go, Ares runs on Linux and it runs on Mac. So I have a mobile N64 development suite as well as, run on real hardware. It doesn't get much better than this.
All right. And what was your experience with implementing the AI? Did you find it complicated? Did you have a hard time tuning it?
So I didn't really know what I was getting myself into here. I definitely put off the AI until pretty much the very end. And so my strategy for the AI was, it's a constrained enough problem space being a board game that we can kind of just brute force it. And then from there, the difficulty levels can kind of just be tweaking some parameters of the brute forcing. So really what I did was the AI just kind of goes through every possible move it could make and randomly picks one. And then some of the difficulty tuning, really the only difficulty tuning was around which piece it selects to put down. And so the hardest difficulty will try to pick the most optimal piece to put down, but still doesn't really do much in terms of consideration for where it's going to go. And then, the dumber difficulty has the higher likelihood of picking worse pieces. And then the dumbest difficulty will, just pick any piece at random and put it down on the board. So, optimal strategy is you want to use your highest value pieces first and, obviously leave the lower value ones for later when there are fewer squares to fill in. So if you use all your low value pieces first, you're going to be left without moves pretty early on in the game.
All right, cool. I noticed that when the game is in a situation where there's very few like moves left and it's the AI's turn for thinking, I see suddenly like a bunch of blocks flashing around the screen as it's trying to pick out different things. Is that just a consequence of what you implemented, or was that something you did on purpose?
So yeah, that's an interesting little side effect of some performance tuning that I did at the very end. So originally I had all the AI trying to find its move within one tick. And what I found was at the end of the game, when the number of moves was possibly high and the search space was bigger, it would start to stutter and you'd lose the music and it was just a terrible experience. So then what I started doing was just basically setting breakpoints in the AI and just storing the state for the next frame. So that's what you're seeing there. Is it basically exhausted all of its moves for that particular frame and just kept trying frame over frame, but it happens so fast. Yeah, it just looks like a blur of it moving across. I probably could have done something to change that, but I didn't hate it, so I kind of left it. It was not really a bug, just kind of an emergent thing that happened.
Yeah, I liked it. It was interesting. And how did you figure out when the game is in a unwinnable, like, finished state, like no one has any more available moves?
So, and this is something you can actually test with 4 people. So what will happen is the game ends when all players pass. So the AI will just pass if it doesn't have a valid move, and that's what the player is expected to do as well. So if everybody passes, game is over, even if it's the very first turn.
Did you not have a time to automate the passing thing? Because we have to manually press start, even if we know that we don't have any other possible moves.
Yeah, so that was an interesting one. I could have done a check, but the real board game doesn't have it. And so, I don't know, there is something to this, trying to solve a puzzle, and, whether when it's not solvable, I think your brain just kind of stops. So I don't know. It could, that's definitely some low-hanging fruit that I could have put in. It's like, maybe a hint after a couple of seconds that, like, yeah, you're done. But I think people kind of figure it out pretty quickly once, mentally they do some gymnastics and come to that conclusion. But you're right, I could have saved some time and just solved it for them.
No, I was just curious if that was what was the reasoning behind that decision.
Mostly the reasoning was that AI was the very last thing I did, and so it just didn't make the cut. But now I do have a handy algorithm now to find any moves. So yeah, that's pretty low hanging fruit.
All right, Sneks, do you have any questions?
Yeah, regarding the AI, so I think you've touched on this already, but what I was wondering about is when, like, sometimes you see AI is thinking at the bottom of the screen, and it actually takes a couple of seconds sometimes. Is that actually just you going through all possible moves and it just keeps going until it finds something, or is there some artificial delay in there somehow?
So that hint message definitely has like a time delay on it. So I think when that AI is thinking shows up, it's going to show up for at least, I think, half a second, maybe a full second. So I think the AI's turn is kind of gated by that. But the reason why I put that delay in there was because before, especially early on in the game, the AI would take its turn so fast that you weren't even sure what was happening. And so it just kind of slowed things down a little bit and made it feel more like the AI was a player and not just, literally making the first random move that it finds.
Mm-hmm. And another thing, you said the AI kind of just picks some valid move based on some difficulty tuning that you mentioned. Does it actually do any kind of strategy of trying to block the path of other players?
As of right now, no, there's no strategy to it. Really what it does is it iterates through all possible moves, picks one at random, and yeah, it's completely random. Although sometimes it really does feel like it does have a strategy. But I think that's some of that's just the beauty of Blockus, the game design, is if you channel yourself in one direction, it's actually not an optimal strategy. You do kind of have to spread yourself out. So randomness does kind of end up being maybe not optimal, but it does end up working a lot of the time.
Yeah, I was going to say too, like it kind of feels sometimes like the AI is deliberately trying to cut you off at some spots, but
that is the beauty of randomness.
That's very interesting. Yeah. Okay. One final question for me. Since you've been part of the LibDragon ecosystem for so long, and you've already said like we are approaching this golden age, what would you say is the one thing, the one feature or one, I don't know, what change you're missing the most right now in LibDragon?
Well, I'd say things are really good. So I don't want to complain here at all. I definitely am seeing and feeling the need for other sequencer types. So like MIDI support would be huge, because that was one of the things that I struggled with was, XM is less popular than some of the other formats for finding music. And so it worked out great. I was able to find some XM that sounded fabulous, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. But I know there are a lot of games that would use MIDI if it were available. So it's something that I would like to look into at some point. The other one is, Tiny 3D has come really, really far. I think it's so good. I would love to spend some more time with it and figure out if that is like, it is the holy grail that we're looking for in terms of, I feel like everyone always says the microcode, the 3D stuff is the big limiting factor for N64. And I feel like, the open source world has blown past the limitations that the original commercial SDKs had. And so we're seeing that on the commercial side too, or the Lib Ultra side with the new Fast 3D iterations that are also phenomenal. But so yeah, 3D has been a big one. That was the thing, the thorn in the side of LibDragon for the longest time was that it only did 2D. And so now there are between OpenGL and all the tiny 3D stuff, there's a lot of choice in the space, and I feel like it's maturing in a great way. I mean, the other thing that I wanted to give a shout out for was the text rendering stuff in LibDragon is just, it's exceptional. Even though I was fighting with a bug with it for some of the development here with some flickering issues, the fact that it was able to just take TrueType fonts and render them in N64 with perfect transparency and coloring and all that is just magic. So yeah, in terms of what's missing, we're so close. I would say we're probably in that golden age, and I'm sure others will argue we're not quite there yet. But certainly this game jam and just the number of people who were contributing to it, it's clear that we are reaching an easy entry point for people. As long as C development, I think you can probably find some footing here on N64. Whereas in the older days, it was a lot harder going. And I really do have to credit the debugging development tools for that. The other big shout out again to Rasky is the RDP validator. So when you're writing code that's writing display lists, it's telling you in Aries exactly what's wrong with your code, and you can easily fix Blender issues or texture issues. And it used to be just stabbing in the dark, and especially on real console, just guessing. But the reverse engineering work that they've done and the emulation work is just outstanding.
All right. Thank you very much for all that feedback.
All right.
I didn't really run into any performance issues on mine because it was all 2D and a board game. But I know that's something that's always good is just better visibility into why my frame rates are dropping, what my memory access patterns look like. And in this case, we had a bunch of bug chasing around memory usage because of the mini games switching around and having to free their resources. So I think that's probably the next big step, is just helping more with those kinds of things in the pipeline of better asset tooling, better tooling around performance, memory management, all that.
All right. Yeah. No other questions from me. Sneks, you got nothing else?
Yep, I'm done.
All right. Well.
All right.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for running this jam. It was a blast. So
yeah. Thanks for participating this year. Hopefully we can see you again next time.
All right. Thanks. Bye.
All right. Take care. So please, everyone introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about your experience with the N64, if you have experience with other consoles, etc.
I guess I'll go first. James Lambert. I started N64 development back with the first Game Jam, and I've been doing it every year, and I've gotten fairly familiar with it. I enjoy doing it. So yeah, this is the first jam I used LibDragon though. So that was I had to learn a little bit about that, and yeah.
I'll go next. Hi, I'm Pyrzine. I've actually working with James has been the first time I've actually worked on like N46 stuff, or I think any console. I've kind of dabbled with like some NES stuff in the past, but nothing serious. This is the first time I've actually worked on like a game project, and it's been fun. We started, I think it's been almost a year now, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. That we've been working on the Spellcraft game.
Yep.
But this this story game, that's the first one that I finished. Anyway, that's my experience. I've of course played on N64 like as a kid and stuff, so I know a lot about it in that sense. But anyway, that's it.
I guess that leaves me. Hi, I'm Sapphire. I mainly do like animations and stuff. I've been doing this jam. Was Mission Lost Control 2001? That
is the second one we did. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's like 2021. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been part of the jam since that one. I'm part of other jams that are not brews. So I really always look forward to this game jam. I am planning to dabble a little bit in the JB studio and do some Game Boy stuff. But yeah, always enjoy doing this jam and making models and animations for the N64.
All right, and there's 2 more members of your team who are missing, so if you could introduce them.
Yeah, JTN, he was on my team the first jam, so he's been doing this every year. Does the art and the music and the sound. And then Pixel Crust Crunch, did I say that right? Anyway,
Pixel Crust
I don't know. Thunk,
Pixel.
that's what it is.
Pixel.
First year I worked with them, they did one of the models in the game, but mostly focused on like the UI aspects, so like the text overlays and numbers, those things. So I don't think that they had done any. I don't know if they've done any N64 or any other console experience outside of this. I just don't know.
I think they mentioned this is their first time for N64 stuff. They've done other game jams though. I have worked with them in other game jams. So
Did
But
I
he's-
actually mention I do art, or did I forget?
You forgot.
Oh, I didn't think you mentioned, but I don't think any of us mentioned. But yeah.
Okay. So tell us a little bit about your game and what was your inspiration? How did your ideas evolve over time? Are you happy with what was submitted?
I'm overall happy with what's submitted. I know at the beginning I was a little confused. I thought we were making everybody was making their own Mario Party, not that we're making one mini game. My bad, I misread and misunderstood. I know I was very excited about doing kind of a monster instead of doing a humanoid.
Yeah,
I don't.
I think and going back to the part of the question, like how the ideas, how to come up with the idea. I think we were just all throwing ideas out, like kind of there were a few ideas we threw out of like things we could make. We'd kind of have the goal of let's just come with the ideas that we like the most, work on that one, and then if we get it done and we decide we will have more oomph to make another game, we would. Just made one, and I'm happy with what we made. I was pretty close to trying to do a quick asset flip and remake or make a new game where you control the tanks and you battle each other as tanks.
Oh, that would have been
You
cool.
could use the exact same setting, and it would have been quick asset flip. But I don't know, just was busier this year. I didn't really have the time, but I'm still happy with the result.
Yeah, when we started out, I didn't really have a lot of ideas for gameplay or anything. The only thing I knew was I wanted to do sci-fi stuff. That's all I knew. So I'm like, okay, we'll do kind of like a sci-fi city, maybe city graphics, some neon lights that end up being in there. Yeah, and some tanks and stuff. And that was it.
I think there was a quick idea of getting more giant robots and Gundam in, but I like how we just settled on tanks and a Godzilla-like monster.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good that we we had a deadline, right? So we had to kind of get started. So we got right to it. And what we had was pretty good. Turned out pretty nice, I think.
Yeah. And we had, I don't know if there's another question that will address this, but I just figure I was thinking about with our team setup, we have 5 people, 3 of them artists. And it actually made it so it was less stressful, hopefully, for all the artists. They didn't have to really push super hard and schedules. I think that worked out. But the new challenge was trying to kind of figure out where we could put the boundaries of who works on what and work and maintain a consistent style. Because the different, I think if we had people if we had people texturing and modeling everything from the beginning to end by themselves separately, there would have been a little more mismatch in styles. But I think what we ended up doing was Sapphire made the monster model and animations for the model. Pyrazine actually textured the model, and then Pixel Crust Crunch made the UI elements, and then Pyrazine did the environment and the tanks and the buildings. And I think Split ended up working out. But
yeah, Pixel also made a building, and it was cool looking. But I was kind of if you put it against the background that we had, it was kind of standing out, as being kind of a different style. So I feel bad about it, about asking do you mind if I change your textures a little bit, because that's his work, So, but in the end,
you kept the same idea.
It has all the same details on it. It's just kind of kind of dirty, like the background. So
Mhm.
yeah. So yeah. What I mean to say is, I guess, like, I feel bad for messing with other people's stuff, because I feel like that's their stuff, and I don't want to intrude, But in the end, it's all for
Right.
the sake of consistency,
Right.
I
It's a
mean,
game jam. We want trying to have fun, but we also want it
Yeah.
to look consistent. But yeah. Yeah.
we also want to, as someone where you definitely helped me, because I was really struggling with the texture on the monster. I was just like, I don't. You had such a wonderful pixel art for the tanks and the environment. It's like, I don't know how to do it. Uh, but so
It's
when you came in and helped with the texture, I really appreciated it, because I was struggling to match the style, and not having a whole lot of fun doing it. So when you
okay.
helped, it really relieved that, and then I could focus on the stuff that I really do enjoy, which is like making it dance. There's like, I think, a
Yeah.
couple more animations that weren't
Yeah, they were so
needed
cute. The animations were
because I
so
had
cute.
more time. Yeah,
Mhm.
thank you.
Yeah,
I'd
it's
say I wouldn't worry about it. It's, but
actually
I understand.
I
But
would
I
have
understand.
I would have probably asked sooner if if I knew you weren't having fun with it, because I was like, I felt like I wanted to just, you know what I mean? I wanted to let
Yeah.
you do your thing, but like hearing that you weren't really having fun trying to do it makes me feel better that I did
Like,
it.
yeah, I hit a wall like,
Mm.
after it was made. It's just like, I can make a move, I can make him look cool, but I can't make this texture to save my life.
Yeah, it was.
Uh,
Yeah, it's not easy with like how many pixels you got. Like just like a handful of pixels, really.
Yeah. So I really appreciated your help, and also Pixel Crush's work as well, because
Yeah, the
he also
UI
does
looks really good.
All right. In general, what was your experience with using the LibDragon tools, libraries, documentation? If you have any other experience with other consoles, a comparison would be pretty awesome. Did you feel like there was something missing that could have helped you out?
Yeah. So I think the tooling, I think, works pretty well. I ended up writing a little Python script that would let me export to the GL format automatically through the make file, and then that gets processed, so that way I don't have to like manually export from Blender, because I always found that experience to be bad, and I don't like the manual process. I like just to be able to make changes, save, and then make, and it builds everything for me. So I think it'd be great if there was just a direct Blender to any 3D model format. I know, I guess that's more held at Dongo's camp, but that's one bit. I have mixed feelings on kind of how nicely packaged LibDragon is, like the interface for the graphics API. I think it's really nice, and it feels really like it does a pretty job at making it so you can't do the wrong thing. And if you do the wrong thing, it gives you very helpful error messages. For the most part, sometimes the GPU crashes are harder to diagnose, but I do really like that. But there are times where I kind of wish I had a little more direct control over what's happening, like when creating pre-compute display lists. I'd like it if I could just somehow load those directly without needing to. But I recognize that might be quite a fundamental shift. And I'm coming from libultra here, so like maybe I just need to get used to LibDragon and realize maybe it's just as good, or it has its own. Anyway, I might be worried about premature optimization here. I do think that the animation interface for Tiny 3D, I don't like it very much, and maybe I'm using it wrong, but I feel like the way it works, where you bind an animation to a armature and then you update the animation in order for it to apply to the armature, felt a little clunky. What I would have preferred to see, I actually wrote, this is how I have it written in some of my other N64 projects that I have armatures for, but like you have an armature type, which you can just use to control the armature. It's completely decoupled from animations. I believe Tiny 3D does this, which I think is good. So you can manually move things with IK if you want. And then I have an animator type, and the animator type connects to the armature, and you give it animation. So the animations are read only, you don't update animations. It's the animator that grabs the animation data and runs through it. And I guess I don't think I need to go into huge detail here on that, but that's just, hopefully that makes sense there. But overall, I thought it worked really well. I do feel like the sound library could use well, it works well. I don't know how I feel about the needing to dedicate a channel. You're playing sounds. I guess I didn't get too deep into the sound library. My initial impressions were something felt a little off, but overall it works. So I guess there were some audio issues with sound popping if you don't call. I guess it's just a matter if you don't call the update sound frequently enough. It just makes sense why it would have those popping issues. But anyway, I might be rambling at this point, but hopefully that's coherent
No,
and
that's
good
fine, that's
feedback. But
what about the artists? Did your experiences with making art for the console?
I was pretty much following James' lead. I didn't really have any trouble, but anytime that James had a suggestion, I was more than happy to work with it.
Give me a second. Me, I've been doing low poly stuff for like a number of years, just like as a hobby, but not to N64 specifications. Like specifically, I only started doing that once I joined James on his Spellcraft project, the game that he's doing, and it's actually been a lot of fun, like figuring out like the limitations, the limitations, creativity and stuff. I'm
impressed with how quickly you picked up the combiner pipeline and figuring out ways to make materials work from that. Honestly,
yeah,
I thought you had experience before, but it was really impressed.
If I have been, I do have some experience with like making shaders in Unreal and Unity, with like the node based setup and also some HL SL. So it's pretty, it translates pretty well in that sense. Even though you have like only a very limited amount of things you can do in a combiner, it still feels kind of modern in some ways. Like you can do your own little creative things and little effects that you want to. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Mm-hmm. And I'm really happy, by the way, that you recommended Fast 64, because like before I was doing my own kind of node-based setup in Blender to kind of mimic the combiner, like the combiner math, but it wasn't really working out because there was the gamma conversion that was like it was like all wrong, and Blender is really not made for retro development. And so Fast 64 kind of like solves all of that and gives you like immediate feedback on when your colors are gonna like overflow, and that sort of stuff. Yep. It's really nice. And also someone, I don't know if they're on the Fast 64 team, but someone actually made, it's still in beta, a new renderer for Blender that goes together with Fast 64 that actually renders the correct color depth, and the vertex interpolation is correct in that renderer, which is very nice. And it's unfinished, but it's already like pretty good as it is. So that helped a lot too. So yeah, all of those tools and stuff are just really nice for an artist to be able to get immediate visual feedback, and then it makes it a lot of fun. Yeah.
All right, and the last question that I probably had was, what was your experience with the AI? Did you find it difficult to implement? Was it hard to tune the difficulties?
Well, I think I just went with the really quick and simple model for the AI. I didn't have it try to take into account any strategy. It was just like hit the nearest building and then go to the next one. And I found that if I just made it so the AI was perfectly efficient with attacking perfectly, when the first frame it could attack, and then moving immediately after it finished building, just destroying a building, that was actually hard enough. I think I'd consider like it actually beat me the first few times after I had it implemented. But once you learn strategies like sniping the last hit on a building, it's not hard to learn to beat the hard AI. So I mean, I could have made it harder, but I didn't want to put that's not what I wanted to put the time into. And making once you made the AI the hardest possible, it was really easy just to adjust some timings to make it easier after that. So, or make it so it doesn't always go to the nearest building. stuff like that. So overall, it wasn't too hard. I ended up spending less time on AI than I thought I would.
All right. Snackus, do you have any questions?
No, actually, you pretty much touched on everything I would have asked.
All right. Then yeah, I guess that's everything. Thank you very much, everyone, for participating this year, and we can hopefully see you again next time.
Yeah, thanks for
Thank
organizing
you.
it. I always
It was a
enjoy
lot of
doing it.
fun.
Yeah, always look forward to these.
All right. Take care.
Have
Later.
a good New Year.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Introduce yourself. Do you have experience with the N64, other homebrew consoles?
My name's Tanner. This is I don't have any experience with homebrew consoles. This is my first, go at it. But I guess I have other game dev experience, like hobbyist in Unity throughout high school, maybe like a little bit Godot. And I guess I haven't had any experience with, just C. Unity uses C#, so I guess that was like the closest thing. But I've done some like Project Euler problems, just like little coding challenges. What's the other one called? That's also very popular, like Leet challenges,
Mhm,
But
lead
that's
code.
always just like yeah. And I do some of those in like C++, but that's always that's like a one file project. It's nothing a little bit bigger than a little game project. So I thought the N64 Game Jam would be a good place to start, and getting into more project oriented code rather than little script challenges.
All right. And so introduce your game. Tell us what was your inspiration? How did your ideas evolve over time? Are you overall satisfied with your submission?
Yeah, so I started the jam a little bit late. I maybe started like 2 weeks before the deadline. So I was a little bit nervous on everything. So I tried to design pretty simple in some sense, because usually when I guess I feel like all game devs have this where it's like, oh, I want to do this cool thing, but you're like, no, then you overall or end up being more realistic, start like trimming it down a little bit. And so I was like, okay, well, first I just want to draw something and not make the camera move, because it's also my first N64 project. So like, okay, let's draw something. Let's not do collisions, because that sounds more complicated than it should be. And so I really tried to start out really small. So then I started thinking about like what mini games I could do that sort of like fit like my introduction parameters in some sense. And so there was this custom game in Warcraft 3, which is that famous Blizzard RTS game that is all it's all luck based, where it's like an Uther Party or Mario Party type of game. And inside one of those games, they have this game where each player has a character that duels each other, and in the duel, it's just like two characters just going at it like rock and sock 'em, and the players can't actually influence it at all. It's all just luck based, and each fighter has like crit chance, evade chance, or like a stun chance to stun the other person. And basically it's just it's a fight to the death where you're just cheering on your guy to try to beat the other person. And I play that often with some friends where we put like $5 side bets or something on the side for something like that, just to try to have like a good time. That's where it's a little bit random, sort of like betting on horse races, but inside of a mini game type of thing. And so like I kind of wanted to recreate that, but I wanted to add a little bit more player activity to it, but still try to keep the essence of like completely luck based. And so what I came up with was Lucker's Arena, which is the same format style where each player has a snake or a fighter associated to them, and they do a round robin tournament where they fight each other. But each player also has access to like a slot machine wheel that can influence one of the side of the battles if they wanted to. And so even if your player isn't fighting, you could still have some say, maybe if you're lucky, on what the outcome of the battle is. So if some guy beat you last round and you don't want him to win, or you're just really bitter that he beat you, you could still spin against him in some sense. And so it was pretty fun and interesting. I didn't really stray away so much away from the core idea. I had some I guess some on the fly iteration with like adding the UI buttons in, but that's just like a game jam thing. So it's really hard to introduce people to the game or the controls. It's like I also maybe wanted like a brief splash screen to like introduce the game or the mechanics, because it kind of just throws you in. But I didn't really have enough time. But it's like, so I tried to focus on making the game simple as possible. And there's really only just 3 buttons, so it's like, and hopefully you can get the gist of it, at least by the second round. So hopefully it's not too awful. But
yeah, I was a bit confused when I played it the first time, because I wasn't familiar with the original concept. So I wasn't quite sure what was going on. I was just pressing buttons, and sometimes I would win, sometimes I would lose. So yeah, I did feel like it could have used a little tutorial there or something to help out.
Yeah, I was thinking like the splash screen, but like time was running out at that point, and I was like, oh, I don't really, like 3 second splash screen before. It's like, how do you explain like a round robin tournament type of a thing like that quickly, So I was like, maybe by the third or fourth round, of the game, you'll understand sort of what's going on. You'll just like sort of get into the fun of it, But yeah, it's just some game jam stuff that it's kind of hard, but it's a good takeaway,
Yeah, you always learn something from participating in these things.
Mm-hmm.
In general, what was your developer experience with making the minigame? The tools, libraries, documentation. If you have experience with other consoles, then that's a good comparison as well. Or did you feel like there were tools missing?
I was brand new, so I was relying on a lot of community stuff. It's like I used a Tiny 3D, and big shout outs to I think Hail to Dongo to doing that to Dongo. But like without it, I definitely couldn't have done a lot of these things. It's just like he makes some things very simple, and I was overall pretty satisfied with it, and also with just the template code. Just the the functions having to implement it, sort of making it pretty easy to understand, especially from someone coming just like from a strong Unity background. It's just like it's all relatively the same. And I also used Blender with like the FAST64 sort of exporter thing. That also helped out a lot. And so all the tools going in were pretty straightforward and were pretty usable. I didn't have any like big difficulties. There was like one thing in Tiny 3D that I had to like sort of force around a little bit, but it was overall like enabled me greatly to just like, oh, I want to do animations, or I'm going to try to do animations. So, I'll just go look at the example project and sort of see how they do it and start fiddling around with it and doing some of that stuff. And so it was really nice to like feel like a good like introduction into a project, because it's like, okay, well, I want these fighters, I want to do some animations for them because I just trying to check off like oh, this is what I want to do, sort of simple things before I do any sort of N64 project, seriously. And so animations was on that list, and so it was really nice to do that. And so it was really nice that the example code had that, and so it was fun to also like do some stuff that was a little bit outside the example code too, because the Snakes had like a jump animation, death animation. I think the death animation might have been used in the example, but it's it's like it's fun to like see those unused assets in it and being able to like encroach just like a little bit farther than the example project went. But other than that, I had a great experience using the tools, and everything seemed to make sense overall.
All right, and what was your experience with implementing the AI? Did you find it complicated? Did you have difficulties tuning it?
Yeah. So for the AI, I just very simply I wrote it in like 30 minutes because it's like in my game, you can only spin the wheel for one or the other character, right? And so I basically just would every frame there would be like a 1 in 100 chance that if the wheel isn't already spinning, the AI would just spin it. So I didn't implement any sort of difficulty at all. So I guess I could have made the AI not spin the wheel sometimes, but for me it was just like, oh, is the wheel spinning? Nope. Then run this 1 in 100 chance, which happens. I think it might have been either in the fixed loop or the regular loop. I can't actually recall, but it happens pretty frequently. The AIs just spin, and so I was like, I'll just have the AI spin. It wasn't anything too complicated, so getting them to spin was pretty straightforward. And so I'm pretty glad it wasn't that much of an issue or problem that other people have, or the example game has, with making the AI run around or do anything sort of crazy.
Yeah, fair enough. Snackus, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I was wondering, so just like Boo here, I was also pretty confused when I tried the game for the first time, but I sort of figured out there was this round robin thing, and I was just watching this battle take place, but the spinning the slot machine thing, I was wondering, so if you get all three things the same on all three wheels, that has an effect on the battle, right? And I was wondering, is that effect always positive, or is it also sometimes negative?
It is sometimes negative, and so there's there's really like 3 effects, I think, out of the 10 that could be. 2 of them are like pretty strictly negative, and one of them could be negative. And so one of them is a stun that'll stun whichever character you have selected, and the positive effects will always affect your character. So if you want someone to win, you'll be spinning for them in some sense, right? So you'll have player 1 selected if you want player 1 to win. And so if you roll on player 1 and you roll a stun, then you'll have stunned your own player for a few seconds.
Okay, so it can end up kind of screwing yourself over.
Yeah, exactly. So
Just
that's
based on pure luck, basically.
exactly. So it's just like, I want to make it so like if everyone even rolls for one player, it wouldn't necessarily make a good outcome all the time. There could be some, unluck. And so there's also one that like removes your evasion chance. So you're basically, just open season for the other person. And then the last one was it was a swap HP one, which is like a pretty rare outcome, but you would swap player HPs. And so it could or could not benefit you. But that one is also really hard to understand that it actually happened. Some of the effects, it's like, I wanted to make it a little bit more obvious that these effects would happen, but it was, seemingly difficult to do that for every effect. And so like, well, I'm just going to put in some sound effects for the win animation so you could understand that you won and something did happen. But, it's like what really happened is a little bit, not clear to the player at all, which is, one of the clear issues that I had with the project. But, it's like you can't do it all,
Right, yeah, of course. Another question, what do you think was the most difficult part of your game to implement?
I think the most issues I had was with the chat box above the snake, declaring if you had a miss or a stun or a damage. It felt like it should have been simpler than it was, but I ended up just like overflowing a bunch of values a lot of times and just causing just crashes left and right. And so it was just like, it feels like it, just like a simple multi-dimensional character array, displaying, just characters in it, but it ended up being a little bit more annoying than I imagined it to be, and it gave me like a few headaches for like a couple hours. And so I was surprised. It was just some C stuff, just overflowing into some character array when I shouldn't have, whatever. And so I was surprised that was like the most difficult part of the jam, was just some character array and overflowing. But other than that, everything went pretty smoothly. So I was surprised at how smooth it went otherwise.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks guys. Thanks for hosting. It was really fun. I really appreciate you guys hosting it. I'm grateful for it. Thank you so much. It was so much fun.
All right, yeah. I don't think I have any other questions. You've answered basically everything else that I had. So yeah, thank you very much for participating, and hopefully we can see you again next year.
All right, thank you guys. Take care.
Introduce yourself and tell us about if you have experience with the N64, other homebrew consoling.
Yeah, so I'm Super Bignish. Also call me Jason. I'm in the U.S. and no, I've never done any kind of homebrew development before, really whatsoever. This is my first main project with LibDragon. I did about a year ago mess with it a bit because I wanted to participate in a game jam in the future. So I just did like a port of Snake just to kind of get my feet wet with drawing stuff. But that was just, I did that in like a weekend. So this was the first time I actually really delved in and tried to do something.
All right. And introduce your game. Tell us, well, what was your inspirations? How did your ideas evolve over time? And if you're satisfied with what you submitted.
Yeah, so my game is Sword Strike. It was kind of inspired by, there's a game called One Strike that I think is on Steam. I had a friend that had it on the Switch. Since I'd never made a game before, at least an original one, I wanted to do something that would be relatively easy to code, and that was a game that was just based around, you only take one hit and then you die. So it was based around, tension and just kind of like trying to kind of lure your opponent into you. But it was a 1v1 based game, so I thought that would work fine in a 4-person free-for-all battle. And yeah, I think it turned out pretty well. Again, like I said, since I never made a game before, it was mostly a learning experience for me more than anything. So I spent a lot of time just trying to get, movement feeling good and, applying gravity, things like that, because that is all brand new. Yeah, I'm happy with it. I think I was a little over ambitious with what I wanted to do. I wanted to kind of render out a 3D scene like Super Smash Brothers in the background, and that's what I ended up not having time to do. But that was just a time constraint, trying to learn Tiny 3D and and Blender. I'd never used either of those things before either. Yeah, I wish I could have done more, but I'm overall happy with it.
All right. And what was your general developer experience with making the minigame? The tools, libraries, documentation. If you have any other things to compare to, that'd be good. Did you feel like there were tools missing that could have probably helped you out?
No, I think I had a pretty easy time getting up and running. I'm a software developer by trade during the day, so I'm used to reading documentation and kind of getting my feet wet with stuff. I mostly do front-end development, but I do some back-end API work as well. So, programming isn't new to me at all. But yeah, I think there was good documentation for everything, really. Getting LibDragon up and running was easy, and then, Tiny 3D. I think I had the template up and running probably within an hour. I used Docker and the LibDragon CLI. I did try to build the tool chain locally, but I was having some trouble with that. So I used Docker at my job all the time. So that was really easy for me just to get up and running with. And yeah, I had no real trouble. Tiny 3D documentation was pretty good as well. Again, it was more of a time issue that I didn't get it working too well, not really a issue with Tiny 3D.
All right. And what was your experience with implementing the AI? Did you find it complicated? Did you have difficulties tuning the difficulty?
Yeah, I did have some trouble trying to go about the difficulty settings. I think coming up with AI moves wasn't too hard. I used the that snake game that was included with the snakes fighting each other. That was really awesome to have included, just to give me kind of a baseline of to see how somebody else had done that. But by that point, I was really familiar with how my game worked from a player perspective. So I just kind of used that knowledge and decided when the AI should do certain button and stuff. So that wasn't too hard. But yeah, tuning the difficulty, I ended up just kind of having that be how fast the AI would chase you. I thought that just made the most sense. So if it's easy, you'll be able to pretty much outrun them. But then by the time you're at hard, they're going to be right hot on your tail. So you got to be watching your back. Yeah, I think I could have done more with that. Maybe so it wasn't just a wholly a speed thing. But yeah, it wasn't too bad since I had something to reference. Without that, I would have had a lot more trouble, I think.
All right. Snackus, do you have any questions?
Yeah. But first off, fun fact. I'll start differently. I think it's really cool how fast-paced your game is. I think Boo here will agree with me. Fun fact, for context, we are still working, or we've been working on the menu that surrounds the whole mini game thing. So the end result will be sort of a Mario Party-like, Pokemon Stadium-like experience where you can just have a play session with friends and pick mini games over and over and so on. Mm-hmm. And because your game is just so fast and it can be over in such quick succession, it was actually our go-to to test the menu.
Yeah.
So yeah, shout out to that.
That's really awesome. I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it in any way, even if it was just helping with testing or yeah. And after I ended up playing everybody else's games, I thought mine did stick out for that reason, because some of the games took a whole minute to play, and mine, yeah, it could be 10 seconds or less. And I had no idea how it was going to turn out.
Yeah. And I think that's great. We've got a whole range of different types of games. I'm really happy with it personally.
Yeah, for sure.
There's so many different things in there. So many types of play, so many different experiences. Yeah. So like everyone else, you did really well.
Yes.
Thank you.
And another question: what would you say when working on your game? What was the most difficult thing to implement, and what was the easiest to get going?
Easiest was honestly the physics. I don't know if that's surprising or not, but since it was just 2D, I had the base game with floors and just some squares jumping around and hitting each other all up and running probably within 2 weeks, which honestly didn't change too much later, because the rest of the time I spent I was just kind of fine tuning it, the sliding and the movement, but the raw physics was pretty much set in stone really fast. But the hardest part for me was Tiny 3D and trying to render a 3D background with the 2D gameplay space. Because yeah, I just have never used Blender, so yeah, I know I already said that, but yeah, that was just super tough for me to like try to learn that fast, and map textures on things and get that all loaded in properly, and then setting up a viewport with Tiny 3D. And yeah, I'd done some OpenGL in the past, but it's been so many years ago. I wasn't sure if it would be easier to try to dust that off or just go in with Tiny 3D, and I went for that just because it was in the example. But I don't know if that was the right choice or not. But I think if I do another submission in the future, I'm definitely going to keep working on Tiny 3D in my own time, so I'll maybe not have as much trouble with that.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Is that all? You got no other questions? All right. Yeah, I think you answered pretty much everything I wanted to ask you. So yeah, thank you very much for participating, and hopefully we can see you again next time.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
All right. Take care.
You too.
See you.
Please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit if you have experience with programming for other consoles or with low-level embedded systems.
Okay, I'm Josh. I'm pretty new to the N64brew Discord server. I joined in around October, so I've been here for like 2 months, pretty much the exact duration of the game jam. So it was just very coincidental, lucky timing. I don't have any real experience with low-level programming other than undergrad. A couple of years in school, they made us do everything in C, and since then, I've taken a blue pill and have been in my ignorant bliss with higher level languages that handle all the memory management for me. For work, I do a lot of cloud engineering and DevOps engineering. So just a lot of scripting really. So I haven't done any homebrew development before for N64 or for any other consoles. So this has been all completely new. It's been a lot of fun.
All right. And tell us a little bit about your minigame. What was your inspiration? How did your ideas evolve over time? And are you overall satisfied with what you submitted?
I am satisfied with what I submitted. I've got a little to-do list that I had to prioritize and decide what I wanted to get done before the deadline. My inspiration was it was really just an arbitrary decision. I was playing around with Tiny 3D. When I think of Nintendo 64, I think of 3D, and so I thought, it'd be really cool to do something in 3D. But there were a few examples and existing projects out there with LibDragon that I was able to get something 3D to render. But really, I realized there's big learning curve here. I should just stick with something 2D and build my way up there. So I was doing the Mallard game, and I'm not really much of an artist, so I was searching online for some itch.io art assets, and I found somebody with some ducks and snowmen, and so I paid them a couple dollars to use their sprites in my game, and that worked for me. I was able to just not have to worry about art anymore. Did I follow my original idea? Yeah, I guess. It definitely evolved over time. I wanted to keep it simple so that I could have some sort of submission for this game jam, and have it be polished enough so it didn't feel like I was submitting garbage. So I guess the art was kind of important, and also having audio and having the sprite animations look reasonably good. And I think I'm pretty satisfied with what I submitted. I guess in the future, if I were to do more, I would have more of a variety of enemies, some more sophisticated AI behavior for the computer players, and also I should have put like a little green or red or blue or yellow indicator over which character you are. That was like literally the next thing on my to-do list that I just didn't do. So yeah, that's just a little bit about my game.
All right, and what was your general developer experience with making a minigame for the N64 with LibDragon? The tools, libraries, documentation. If you have experience with development for other games or engines or something like that, a good comparison that would be. Or did you feel like there were tools missing that probably could have helped you out?
Well, I'm probably not the best person to ask about this because I've never done any game development before, so this is my first time.
That actually makes you perfect.
Okay, well there you go. I don't have any comparisons for other things that like Unity might have, but I thought that I'm generally the type of person that I really don't want to be like a come in green to the Discord server and be a burden on people and ask a ton of questions, but it really seemed like people were really helpful. And I did have a few questions. I was able to provide some like little examples of code to share, and folks stepped me through it, and it was really helpful and a very pleasant experience. But as far as like tooling goes, I thought it was very easy to get going with LibDragon and running that on an emulator on my computer. I did spend probably much longer than I needed to. I ended up doing it. Well, I found my best workflow for me as primarily a Windows user. I really wanted to do it on WSL2, but I found a lot more success because at least I wasn't able to figure out how WSL2 can detect a USB device, so I could use my flash cart. I honestly don't know if you can, but I ended up just using Windows, and it was able to find the USB devices. And I found a good workflow with that using the LibDragon Docker tool that some folks in the Discord here have made. So that was a good tool I use. I happened to get in on a Summer Cart group purchase before any of the weird shipping issues happened in Canada. So I mean, it was all just really happenstance. Really lucky for me getting in at the right time for the game jam. But I found LibDragon to be really easy to use. I used the Doxygen documentation that's generated from the comments, I think. I found that to be very helpful. Some other ROM code repos online were definitely useful to use as resources. And I'm really happy that this game jam happened, because there's going to be so many resources for folks to use in the future. A lot of examples for people to learn from. I can't really think of anything more I would want as far as tooling goes for libraries and docs. I guess just more tutorials and examples to draw from, which we kind of do have now.
All right. And what was your experience with implementing the AI? Did you find it complicated? Was it difficult to tune the difficulty of the different characters?
Handling the behavior for the computer players was one of the last things I did. And I did very basic. I just like programmed some very basic behaviors, and I didn't find it terribly hard just because the nature of my game's pretty simple. But I also didn't pour a lot of time into that part of my game either. I just have it like look for the nearest enemy and walk towards it and attack it once you're within attacking distance. Like, it's pretty much that simple. And then for different difficulties, I just would increase how fast they go, essentially. So pretty simple.
All right. Sneks, do you have any questions?
Couple things I just want to say. First, since we're on the topic of AI already, it's surprising. Like you said, you did something very simple, very straightforward, but I think it works. And I've noticed, like, we've done a couple of these interviews now, and so far everyone's experience was like, I didn't really put too much into the AI. It's very simple, but to my surprise, like, it generally works very well. Going into the game jam, I was a bit concerned, like, us putting this requirement on everyone that you have to implement AI. And like in the Discord, some people were a little bit concerned, like they were going to be able to do it, and but I think in general it worked out pretty well, and it just goes to show that game AI can be pretty, like, even if it's simple, it can be very effective.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's one of my takeaways from this, definitely. The other thing I wanted to say is something you've touched on earlier on, like you were kind of hesitant to ask questions in the Discord and so on. So for anyone listening to this, like, I think the N64brew is an incredible community of very helpful people, and as you've said as well. So really, never hesitate to come in here and ask questions. Like, there's always someone around who can help, and even with really noob questions, beginner stuff,
Yeah, everyone has to
Yeah.
start at some point. So.
That's right. Exactly.
Yeah, my experience was that I've so like I said, I've been in the Discord lurking around for probably about 2 months now. I tend to either glance over pretty much every message that comes in, or if I find like the topic interesting, I try to read it. Most of it goes over my head, but I do read it, and it's fun to watch, like, how LibDragons continue to improve just over this short amount of time, and also looking at people's questions in the whatever the appropriate channel is. I've found a lot of, I always do a Control F and look for whatever keywords to hopefully find the topic that I'm curious about or struggling with before posting a question. And actually, at least once that ended up getting me the answers that I needed without having to ask anyone. But yeah, my experience is that everyone's very friendly and helpful in here.
That's great to hear.
Yeah. Having said that, there's always things we can improve with LibDragon's documentation and LibDragon in general. So if there's ever anything you think could be done better, also don't hesitate to tell us.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, that's it from me.
Yeah. My question, I actually had a question. I quite like the art style. It's that very hard pixel style is not something that you see a lot on the N64. Did you do the art for it?
No, I didn't do any of the art. I just found somebody on some itch.io page. I don't know if that's how you say it, but they're just selling. I think they had it for free or for a couple bucks. I know I paid them a couple bucks, so I probably should actually put their credit that somewhere, like in my README or something.
I would like to, at the when we release the final ROM, to put ask people for any credits that they would like to be put visible on the README, or maybe in a specific credits screen on the ROM. I haven't gotten around to that yet, but it would be a nice thing to do in the future.
Yeah, that'd be great. But yep, that art wasn't me. No.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions. Your game was relatively a simple idea. You run to the thing and you beat it up until it dies, and then you have to be the one to do that the most.
Simple but effective.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, for a party game, it's great. Yeah, I don't have anything. Snackus, you don't?
No.
All right. Well, then, yeah, thank you very much for participating, and hopefully we can see you again next time.
Yeah, see you around. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Please introduce yourself and tell us if you have any experience with other homebrew consoles or the N64 specifically.
Yeah, so, well, I go by Ripper, which is the character I normally VTube as on Twitch. I've been kind of streaming this on and off, going on, so I've been doing it all kind of as from a weird angle as a VTuber. I did used to be in the modern games industry for a few years, but I kind of got back into retro game dev recently as a hobby. So I've been making some projects for the Atari 2600, the Game Boy, did one for the Amiga. So I have messed with a few other homebrew consoles. Another couple of homebrew console projects. Yeah, I've done probably about 5 or 6 homebrew projects so far.
You want to silently drop your streaming channel here?
Where, sorry?
You want to silently drop your streaming channel?
Oh, yeah, it's
people
just
listening?
Yeah, it's just Ripper253 on Twitch. It's just same as I've got the game credited as.
All right.
I did have to go through and make a new GitHub account because it's a little bit too easily traced back to my real name, though, unfortunately.
I see. All right, and so tell us about your game. What was your inspiration? How did your ideas evolve over time? And are you overall happy with what you submitted?
Yeah, so basically I used to really enjoy, in the Splinter Cell series, they used to have a multiplayer game mode they used to call Spies vs. Mercs, which was a very asymmetric video game. I very much enjoyed a lot of asymmetric multiplayer games, so I figured having a mini game, which usually are also quite, usually especially 1v3s in Mario Party are usually pretty asymmetric, so I figured doing a 2v2 asymmetric game for thieves versus guards, thieves trying to steal items from under guards could be fun. Letting people chase each other around is usually a pretty big staple of minigames, so I figured having a bit of a different take on that could be pretty fun. Ultimately, I did follow along with the original idea. Once I had it set up, I did go through quite a bit of other ideas as well, like trying to figure out like what would a way of like doing multiplayer Pac-Man be a fun way of doing a minigame, but I kind of settled on once I settled on the spies versus mercenaries thing, I kind of stuck with it. Pretty satisfied with submission. Just with the whole general thing as well. Like as I was saying before, it's like I've done quite a few things in like before with C and assembly with the Atari and Game Boy and Amiga. Did one with the Game Boy Advance for a Halloween jam back in 2023, but I've never done anything 3D for any retro game consoles. Also in the industry, I was a programmer. I was never an artist or anything, so I'd never modeled, rigged, or animated anything from scratch before. So I'm pretty stoked that I've managed to get multiple models animated, rigged, and working on a retro console of all things. I would have loved to get some more optimization in and some better AI, and finally, like Rumble support was a big one. Because I found out that after only a few submissions, I think maybe only one other, if not only a couple of others, fully supported Rumble. And I realized that I used to have Rumble and took it out when I did a refactor, so I kind of felt dumb about that one. But yeah, for the most part, I feel pretty happy about where I got, because obviously it's like whenever you finish a game jam, you're always basically like thinking about what you could have done more, but at the end of the day, it's like sometimes it's like it's just a game jam that's only so perfect that you can really make some parts of it.
Yeah. And what was your general developer experience with making the minigame? You know, using LibDragon, the tools, libraries, documentation. If you have, since you've done homebrew for other consoles, maybe a comparison between the SDKs would be cool. Did you feel like there were things missing that you really needed?
For things missing, not so much. For like LibDragon especially has been pretty complete from like kind of like from a full game perspective. Like have dabbled ever so slightly in Sega Saturn homebrew as well, because that's very much a console that I love. And at least as of a couple of years ago, I haven't looked in the second half of this year, but you used to run into things like there was a couple of open source frameworks, and there would be something like, so how do you get sound working? And they're like, oh, we're not doing that. We're just not interested. So something like LibDragon just being so complete to have something available for every aspect of a game was quite refreshing, honestly. Like, obviously, there were some bugs and issues in the framework that a lot of the LibDragon team and some of the Game Jam participants worked through and got fixed mid-Game Jam, which was pretty cool to see. Seeing, the open source software model working in front of me is always nice. But really, after so much Game Boy stuff, working with the N64 like SDK, having more than 4 colors was like enough analysis paralysis for everything. That yeah, just in general, like I didn't find anything about the development environment lacking. About LibDragon, it's been pretty good, honestly. I think a lot of the projects leading up until now has very much made sure that a lot of that was fleshed out and kind of like ready for us. As for working on the N64 itself, honestly, having the ability to spend CPU cycles on things like proper vector math kind of felt nice. Having to not count color clocks or anything like that was pretty good, because LibDragon takes care of anything that low level to do with like interacting with the VI and stuff, especially. Like it did in the end give me so much freedom. It allowed me to get carried away with things like model complexity. Because the N64, like after messing with it a bit more during this game jam, like I've learned that it's pretty much capable of making almost any game you could ask of it, at least in some form. But that kind of lifts the creative restrictions that you can kind of enjoy with things like the Atari or the NES or the Game Boy. But on the other hand, getting rid of all your restrictions isn't always a bad thing. Really, the only issue I personally found for development was trying to get stuff exported using Fast64 was a little bit not... There wasn't a super guided experience from start to finish for things like for something like Fast64, but I was also kind of learning how to animate in Blender at the same time, so maybe I kind of compounded those issues for myself a bit.
All right. And what was your experience with the AI? You touched a little bit on it. Did you find it complicated? Was it hard to tune the difficulty?
So I've written a few AIs before, like in industry. So I kind of figured, knowing what I'd be kind of up against when it comes to the AI, I kind of figured I'd take the easy way out and I just did a basic finite state machine. I didn't do any real pathfinding logic or anything. I just kind of made it so that the level wasn't complex enough that they wouldn't get too stuck too easily. And I just kind of simply accepted that my AI could be better if I don't have time to set up anything like A-Star. And turns out I didn't have time to set up something like A-Star. Getting the AI set up in such a way that it wasn't always a pushover, like for just someone who never played the game before, took a bit of tweaking. But really, with such basic AI, once you've played a few rounds, most human players are going to figure out how to cheese the AI pretty much no matter what. So I just kind of figured that beating good human players every time was just kind of out of scope for a game jam. And if I do go back and expand on the game later, they would be one of the things I'd want to fix, because I got a couple of things I'd want to change for like a V2 of the game, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. All right. Sneks, do you have any questions?
What did you think was the most difficult part of your game to implement? And similarly, what was the easiest?
Well, funnily enough, I think just to answer some of the question in kind of a weird way, the easiest thing that I found to implement was actually Rumble, and it was so easy it got lost in a refactor, and I completely forgot about it because it was just such a silly thing to. But I think kind of the easiest thing I found with the project was getting fully integrated with the rest of the other mini games. Like the build setup was very, very well done for it, and just having no issues with any type of resource conflicts with pretty much, like, we had a lot of games as submissions, and the fact that we only had a couple of issues getting it all integrated was very, very nice. It was a very robust setup for implementing mini games, so I was very happy that was the case, because one of the game jams I've been in before for the GBA, there was a little bit more of a headache getting everything together because there was just so many disparate games. But I think ultimately the thing that really got me was trying to get the game running at a decent frame rate, because although the N64 is able to push quite a lot of triangles, if you're trying to target 60 frames a second, it's just kind of surprising how quickly you run out of headroom, especially once you throw in things like the LibDragon text renderer. Isn't completely perfect, but then again, not any text renderer really is. You start really tanking your frame rate by having such things as a HUD, which is kind of brutal. But yeah, in general, I think for the most part, just being kind of surprised that you can do almost anything was kind of the hardest part of it, because every time I added something to the game, it was way easier than I expected, and then that gave me way too much invitation to scope creep a bit, if that makes sense.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
So this was your first time 3D modeling and stuff?
Yeah, so I had learned Blender. I've messed with Blender previously, but it's usually been editing a model that's already there or something like that. I've never taken a full humanoid model. Like I've modeled basic things like game cases or something like that to like throw onto as a something pre-rendered to throw into like Photoshop or something. But I'd never started with a blank Blender file, modeled out a humanoid character, rigged it, animated it, and imported it into an engine before, and had it be a final product and not a placeholder. I've just never done that before. I hadn't animated anything with skinned meshes before. I've always been used to being handed a skinned mesh anytime I work with anything 3D, to be honest. It's just, as I said like before, it's like I was always a programmer, never an artist, and the fact that I've put out art that isn't completely terrible has got me pretty stoked, to be honest.
Okay, but that's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't think I have any other questions. You did answer basically any other questions that I was thinking of asking. So yeah, Sneks, you don't have anything?
Nope, that's it from me too.
All right. Well then, thank you very much for participating, and hopefully we can see you again next time.
Yeah, hopefully. I very much did enjoy it. It was honestly, it was a nice change. I've been coding in assembly all year, so going up to C was definitely refreshing, to say the least. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah,
right,
thank you so
care.
much.
Okay.
All right.
See you.
Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit if you have past experience with low-level programming, or if you have experiences with other homebrew consoles.
Yeah. Despite my Discord name being Milton, my actual name is Flavio. And I do have some experience programming consoles. I do like the C language very much. I learned as a teenager. And been using it for all kinds of projects ever since. And some of them are embedded, so I've done some stuff with AVRs, Arduinos, with Raspberry Pi Picos and all that. And I've also I used to be part of the Usebox community. The Usebox is this open source video game console that uses an AVR. So most of my game development experience is from that. And also in the past, like 7 years ago, I played a bit with LibDragon and I ported some SDL stuff to the Nintendo 64. Had some fun with that. Never released anything. So I did have the basic framework to do this kind of thing, kind of ready to go.
All right, cool. And introduce your game. Tell us what was your inspiration, how did your ideas evolve over time, and if you are overall happy with what you submitted.
Okay, so my game is Sauna Rush. It's essentially a fun spin on going to the sauna and going for a dip in a frozen lake afterwards. The inspiration came from on a specific day I watched James Lambert's stream about the jam, and when he mentioned people could do mini games this time, I was excited because I knew actual games can be pretty difficult to limit the scope and get something nice at the end, and I figured like a mini game could be a nice opportunity to get something done and something interesting, but I didn't know what. So that same day I went ice swimming and I realized I could turn that into a mini game, mostly because things I like in mini games are they must have some kind of quirky mechanics so that people will be interested in playing it, and they also have to provide some nice competition. So I thought about that in the sauna and while swimming as well, about how the game could work, and I realized I had something that could be interesting, but I actually have to play it to see if it was fun or not. So that's pretty much how it came to be. As for if I'm satisfied with what I made, I'd say yes. When I started the project, I had already delimited the scope in my mind. I didn't want to try and do too much stuff, but also didn't want to try and do too little. So I had two possible outcomes. Either it was going to be just the part that you are in the sauna or the part where you're swimming. Either in the sauna or sauna and swimming. And I was able to deliver both. So the full mini game that I had in my mind. And I actually finished it like 1 week earlier. And I on purpose didn't try to add too much stuff to it afterwards. I just mostly fixed bugs for the last few days.
All right, and what was your general developer experience making a minigame? You know, the tools, libraries that you had available with LibDragon. If you have any past experience with other consoles, a comparison would be pretty cool. And do you feel like there was something missing from the tool chain that could have probably helped you out?
Yeah, I think the experience was pretty good. I mostly struggled with Blender because I had never really used it before. I had done like small stuff, but nothing at this scale, so I had to pretty much almost learn it from scratch. That was the hardest part. But when it comes to the actual tooling and the libraries, I think they're pretty good, both on the Blender side and on the actual libraries on the Nintendo 64. I think like LibDragon and Tiny3D, they're very, very easy to use. The API just kind of makes sense. The code is easy to read. I had close to zero issues. There were some things I ended up having to ask. They were mostly related to the specific hardware on the Nintendo 64, not really the libraries. So yeah, I had a pretty good experience. And in terms of comparing it to what I've seen on other consoles, like I mentioned, I only have experience with the Usebox, and I think it was quite similar. Of course, the Nintendo 64 is more complex, and you're doing 3D and all that. But the general idea of like getting things on the screen and thinking of how you should organize your code to work with the existing libraries and tools, the experience was about the same, and I'd say pretty smooth. And then in terms of something, if there's something I would like to have that I didn't, I'd say would be some alternative to Valgrind. It was quite difficult to find memory leaks. First, it was even difficult to tell that they were even there in the first place. and then pinpointing where they were. So I think something like Valgrind would be nice. I have no idea how someone would actually make that work, but just yeah, that's the one thing I missed.
All right, and since this year one of the requirements was that games implement AI, what was your experience with that? Did you find it complicated? Did you have difficulties tuning the different difficulty levels?
Yeah, I initially thought that this would be very difficult, but I started implementing the simplest AI you could think of just to test the waters, and then I realized that was good enough for an interesting challenge, an interesting game. So I was very happy that I didn't have to over-engineer it or anything. In terms of dialing in the parameters and adjusting the difficulties, that took some time, but I didn't worry too much about it. I implemented AI fairly early in the development process. So as I was developing, I was playing the game over and over again. I was slowly adjusting the parameters for the AI. And I think in the end, I got something that works well.
Okay. At this point, I'd ask if any other judges have questions, but considering that I'm the only one, I guess I'll go to my other question. One thing that sprung to mind when I first played your minigame, besides what the fuck, was this is a very Nordic game. It's very Finnish, because the song is a Finnish polka, if I'm not mistaken. And this whole
That's
idea
correct.
of like ice swimming is something that to me has a lot of like Nordic imagery, like the Iceman, although I think the Iceman is Dutch, Wim Hof, I think. Yeah, was there any specific reason you decided to go with this?
I live in Finland.
Okay. That explains a
And
lot.
that's basically my experience when I go ice swimming. Is there's some old guy in the sauna throwing a bit too much water on the QS, but you still have a good time in the end. So I try to capture a bit of that, and I think anyone who's been in a Finnish sauna in winter will absolutely relate to that.
Okay. I don't think I have any further questions just off the top of my head. Yeah, I don't think so. So, yeah, that's basically it. Thank you very much for participating and for being here for this interview.
Yeah, thanks for organizing the jam and all that. It was very fun.
Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Yeah, you too.
Bye-bye. Hi, Post-Edit Boo here. TFMO is the only person who did a text interview, and so to keep this video podcast style, so that you don't need to turn and look at it, we decided to narrate his answer. Sneks will be providing the voice of the interviewer, and I will be providing the voice of TFMO, the interviewee. So don't be confused if I'm narrating all these answers because, well, it is me doing the voice for TFMO.
Introduce yourself and your team.
I go by TFMO. I am a software engineer by trade, working with high-level languages on my day job, but I love low-level programming and tinkering with hardware in my spare time. For this game jam, I partnered with a special teammate. My son designed the game, and we created most assets together. Enjoyed every bit of it.
Okay. Do you have any past experience in low-level programming, in C programming or embedded programming?
On a hobbyist level, yes. I love tinkering with microcontrollers, and I find low-level programming very satisfying. I feel like it helps me understand the hardware better, and I feel in control.
Do you have experience with N64 or other console homebrew?
A little. I enjoy getting to know the consoles I grew up with a little better. The SNES, N64, Game Boy mostly. And game jams with modern tools are really helpful and motivating for me. I participated in last year's N64brew jam and also GB Jam 9 a few years back. Both were really great learning experiences. The funny thing is, I didn't plan on participating this year because I was finally making good progress on a Game Boy project of mine and I didn't want to ruin the momentum. But you guys convinced me otherwise with the concept of building a collaborative party game, and I couldn't pass on it. And somehow I think it actually helped me with my other project. Switching my efforts from one project to the other kept me motivated. Being kept away from one project, I could let my thoughts flow, and I was eager to try all those ideas when I finally switched back.
Okay, please introduce your game.
My game is Le Tohu-bohu, which is French for hurly-burly. The players are running in all directions, rushing to find the key in the first phase, and then chasing each other in the second phase.
What was your inspiration for it?
The original inspiration was my son's idea. We brainstormed a bit, with me giving lots of examples of game mechanics, providing feedback, and redefining the scope to a minimum viable product. After a few back and forth, we settled on this rush type of minigame.
Did you follow the original idea? Did it evolve over time?
The game really follows what I envisioned when I started it, except for the variety in furnitures. The concept art looked a lot more like a normal room with various furnitures to search through. Initially, I had another minigame concept, essentially a land coverage type of game, literally spreading jam over a terrain, but it dropped when my daughter lost interest pretty early. In hindsight, I would have had a hard time making both games.
Are you satisfied with your submission? Is there something that you would have loved to add if you had more time?
Overall, I am satisfied with what I submitted. The game is stable, playable, and self-contained, and it found a home in the collaborative ROM. Given more time, I would have probably wanted to experiment with the game mechanics to make it more fun to play and improve the pathfinding. I started working on navigation mesh, but I had to drop it.
What was your general developer experience making the minigame regarding the tools, libraries, documentation, etc.?
I knew LibDragon from last year's jam, and it only got even better. The library and tooling never stood in the way. Combined with Ares and GDB, it was a breeze. I feel like Tiny3D really shined in this game jam. As my first 3D game in a long time, and my first on the N64, it has been tremendously helpful and made my work almost too easy.
If you had past experience on N64 or other consoles, a comparison would be great.
I participated in last year's jam, so I was already familiar with LibDragon. Adding Tiny3D and learning the features I needed from the thorough examples was a real pleasure. I also learned a ton on the 3D assets workflow with Blender.
Did you miss some specific tool or library that you feel would have helped you?
As I said, the tooling is really great. The biggest struggle for me, I think, is understanding the hardware idiosyncrasies. I felt a bit lost when hit by a floating point exception due to a denormalization or something, not knowing what to do. I would have probably felt the same way if hit by a memory misalignment. But I didn't know if a tool could help. Seems to me like the problem here sits between the keyboard and chair.
What was your experience implementing the AI?
Not the easiest, but not the worst either. Implementing pathfinding and collision resolution properly somehow always feels hard to me. Apart from that, a little state machine was enough to give the AI players a decent behavior.
Did you find it complicated to do? How much time did it take?
It probably took me about half the time, I'd say, but I feel like it was really necessary for the type of party game the jam was aiming for.
Was it hard to tune it?
I feel like the tuning is not great, especially because of the janky, less than ideal interactions between pathfinding and collision. Thanks for making the jam happen and being so welcoming.
All right, thank you.
So please introduce yourself and tell us if you have past experience in low-level programming. Do you have past experience on the N64 or other homebrew consoles?
Okay, cool. So yes, I'm Josh. I'm from Brisbane. Don't have any professional experience low-level programming. A lot of it's just been hobbyist, playing around with small Arduinos and other little things. Kind of forces you to use C and talk to the hardware a little bit. My kind of professional background has been more developing Unity apps and experiences, mostly in kind of serious games, simulation, that kind of space. So your other question was experience developing for the N64. I tinkered and explored it actually a few years back. Kind of made it as far as just getting a few small examples to compile. That's why I think you spotted a really old version of the UFN loader that I had submitted because I kind of just took a bit of code that I'd previously worked with years ago. I was like, that worked. Let's kind of keep working with that. And that's kind of, hopefully that answers some of the questions.
All right, cool. And introduce your game. Tell us what was your inspiration. Did you follow your original idea or did it evolve a lot over time? And ultimately, are you satisfied with your submission?
Sure. Actually, it started with, I forget the username, but I was actually doing a small game jam separate to all of this. It was probably a few weeks into the game jam period, and I didn't know about the brew jam going on. I was a bit oblivious to it. I was just like, hey, I just want to spend a bit of time making a 64 game. I did that using the LibDragon OpenGL kind of preview framework. And then this individual, I forget his name, said, "Hey, did you know that the brew jam's going on?" I was like, "Oh, okay, I should probably check that out." So I kind of came into it a little bit late. I kind of wanted to explore the use of the T3D API framework, which I thought was pretty cool. So I kind of had to kind of dump everything I'd already been working on and go from scratch again. So I really didn't. I'm also, I'm a dad. I've got 2 kids. Most of my time spent on this kind of stuff is after hours. 8 to midnight. When I can. So I really didn't want to kind of push things too far and not deliver anything. I did want to actually deliver something. So I did start out with not really having too much of an idea of what I wanted to achieve, other than let's just try and get some really basic gameplay going. But I did have a little bit of existing code I wanted to kind of integrate into it, which was really just like, I've got my own math library, I've kind of got my own little bits and pieces here and there that I kind of wanted to kind of see if how would that work, trying to now develop for the 64. Luckily, that was stuff's been written in C, so I didn't have to kind of worry too much about compatibility there. And yeah, the game Sneks, it actually was going to be something different. I think the project, if you've seen the project on GitHub, it's called Old Gods. But the premise is kind of the same. So, there is an omnipotent god that needs to be satisfied. And the goal of the game was to kind of feed that god certain kind of sacrifices of sorts. I really needed to kind of scope that down, though, over the course of the development to just something really simple. I stuck with the snakes because I kind of just, the snakes were working for me. The animations of the snakes were fine. That's all I needed. And I thought, okay, you've got a large snake that needs to kind of be fed something. I didn't pick what that something was until quite late when I kind of decided, hey, what if the snakes, it's summer here in Australia as well. So, okay, what if the snakes are on the beach? And they've got little floaties on, they're kind of swimming around and they pick up rats and they kind of feed mother snake, those rats. So that's about kind of as much of the gameplay that I really wanted to focus on. I didn't want to get into like shooting or kind of too much collision detection. It kind of definitely got to the point where it didn't have a few extra kind of key gameplay pieces that I would like, having other players drop, the sacrifices that they were meant to be feeding to the mother snake. And kind of a little bit more kind of combat or interaction would have been nice. But I purposely tried to keep it as simple as possible because I knew I'd run into technical problems, which I did, all the way up until the end. So yeah, that's why the gameplay is very basic. And even to the point where, the balance of the gameplay, there's a lot more that can be improved. So yeah.
All right. And what was your general developer experience making the minigame? The tools, the libraries, the documentation. If you have past experiences on the N64, a comparison, or other consoles, a comparison would be great. And did you feel like you were missing some specific tool or library which would have helped you out in this project?
Yeah, good question. I think the combination of, LibDragon and T3D, and the examples that they come with is great, especially like the T3D examples kind of take the very basic LibDragon stuff and actually make it 3D and a bunch of different examples. Like having the animation examples was brilliant because otherwise you're kind of having to go in and write that stuff from scratch. So no, I think it was actually just took a while to kind of learn the different nuances to it. But I thought it was all pretty robust. I didn't really run into any bugs with it necessarily. I watched the Discord and noticed some other people were. Along the way, I think I went, okay, I need collision detection. Okay, so I accidentally started trying to write too much of a complex collision detection system. I did build something and then ended up not barely using any of it. So like it didn't have to use any kind of rigid body physics really at all for the type of gameplay I was going for, even though I built in things like gravity and other rigid body behaviors. So I guess an example that just has some really a little bit more advanced collision detection might be good, because I think a few other people were asking for that. So that people have got a starting point for just some robust collision detection that could support, I don't know, shooting projectiles or something like that. Might allow people to kind of just jump in and make a small shooter very quickly. But that stuff could also be written yourself. The other area I was probably a little bit, I don't use Blender a lot. I haven't used Blender for years. So coming back and kind of using Blender and then trying to figure out how to set up all the materials. There's a lot of videos out online around this to do like, Mario 64 ports and stuff. But I kind of felt, I wish there was maybe just a quick guide or a quick video that just kind of showed you how do you best set up the materials for Blender. And because, I was kind of just doing a lot of trial and error to get things working. Just small things. You'd have to ask me later what they were exactly, but I remember bashing my head against Blender for a night. So something like that might be nice. But other than that, the format of the jam I think was great. The minigame idea I think was perfect because it does keep scope to a minimum and gives you a clear purpose. I kind of went in not expecting as much from everyone, but I kind of understand, especially the tidy up towards the end and just making sure everything was working for the best experience for the intended audience. So kind of going into this, hopefully next time, I'll be a bit wiser around making sure the submission's actually quite robust, leak free and all that kind of stuff, and do make sure I leave enough time to play test it.
Okay. And what was your experience implementing the AI? Did you find it complicated? Did you have difficulties tuning it?
Look, I went for really as a rudimentary, AI system that kind of just scaled to an extent. I was developing on quite an old Mac, and so my emulation using Ares on the Mac is quite slow. I did find quite a big difference between playing on that emulator to playing on the 64. Probably should have just implemented better kind of delta time scaling, with the movement speeds and all that kind of stuff. But I didn't try and go for anything more complex than, object move towards another object and then do something within radius kind of AI behavior. So that's all I kind of went for. For examples, maybe an example for some A-star behavior might be nice and as something to look at. But I'm sure most people could, build that themselves as well.
All right, cool. Snackus, do you have any questions?
So all in all, what would you say was the most difficult thing to implement and what was the easiest?
Okay, most difficult. I don't know. I thought it was generally a little bit challenging for me. My background isn't doing a lot of kind of C work professionally. So I kind of just took things at a steady pace with the time I had. I'd run into problems, but I never felt like I was too stuck. It just takes time to work these things. Everything takes longer, as I'm sure you know. And I think, the examples, provided with the T3D framework really helped a lot because, whenever you wanted to implement something, it's like, there's a great example. Okay, that's the nuances to it. Looking, for memory leaks and stuff wasn't too bad towards the end either. I think I know enough to know what to look for. But there were a couple of just not understanding. I think I had the tiniest, memory leak, but not understanding that the memory. I think it balanced itself out with the libdragon. I think libdragon Malix a little bit of memory, and so there might be a slight difference between two playthroughs, but after the third one, it balanced itself out. But maybe, I don't know, a little bit more memory kind of reporting tools. I think there is already. I think it's just more probably setting that expectation from the start, like, hey guys, just make sure as you're going through, check your memory. I'm sure it's, you probably shouldn't have to tell people that, but I think I had to remind myself that as well. And yeah, the Blender stuff. I think that was frustratingly challenging for me, just because it's like, this should be so easy. The material just should appear and it comes up black, and so trying to figure that out. Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised by the whole experience. I think you guys did a great job, and I think the community's done a great job with the libraries and examples provided so far.
All right. Any other questions, Snackus?
No.
Okay. I have a question, which is, I remember when I was trying to record footage for the game, this is basically the only game I couldn't beat the AI on normal difficulty. And I assumed this was because everyone was much faster than my own character. So I assume this was a result of you not properly taking into account the fact that the control stick can't go as far as you can actually get a number on the N64. Is that basically, was I spot on, or was there something else?
You were pretty close. Yeah, I did go and do a patch for that, and I think I took on board your advice. And from memory, I did change something around that. Yes, so I think it was took into consideration how much you're pulling on the stick. In addition to that, though, because I was just in a wild panic, towards the end. So I'm in Australia, and so like when it's submission time, I didn't know when the submission was actually going to cut off. So I was submitting quite early on the submission day. So I was kind of panicking and just trying to like balance things as best as I could without kind of testing with other people, which is kind of all my fault. And I probably made some silly choices just with the tweaking a few values towards the end that actually punished the player one. Because I think a lot of the testing I was doing, I actually had like 4 controllers plugged in and would move them around. I was playing it that way rather than having the AI, playing against the AI, so to speak. So I'm pretty sure the patch, at least in the many playthroughs I did afterwards, the easy mode's quite easy now. Mediums, it's okay, and then hard's you can finish it, but it is a little bit challenging just by the scaling applied to the speed of the other players.
All right, cool.
So hopefully that's addressed.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to submit a new patch, a new release of the minigame ROM with all the new fixes that the community has done since. So should be fine. If there's nothing else, then thank you very much for being here, for participating in our jam, and hopefully we can see you again next time.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And just a quick question around the interviews. Is the interviews purely just for, this is out of interest, purely just for improving the jam for next year? Or is there like other research going on that you guys are involved with around?
It's a little bit of both. Like so originally when we did our first game jams, we would do these we'd have guest judges. Like for instance, in the first game jam, we had David Doak, who was a developer on GoldenEye. We had Gals Godard 2 years ago, who programmed the Mario head in Super Mario 64. So these were our guest judges, and they'd be the ones to actually like vote on your submissions. And so we set up the interviews both as a way for people to be able to interact with these developers, and also as a way so that we could understand your submission a bit more, because we were a lot more focused on the themes, and your interpretation of the theme could not be as obvious. And so we would do these interviews just to help us like maybe understand, oh, okay, he actually meant it like this, so that might give us it might give him a point or two more in this category in our score sheets. But we're not having any judges. Like the judges are now the community in these last 2 jams. But these interviews are still interesting because it helps us improve, and it also like lets other people see what went into the development of these games.
Yeah, it's great. No, I think it's a great idea.
Thank you very much. All right. Well, take care.
Yeah, no worries. See you later. Have a good night, guys.
Good night.
If you could introduce yourself and tell us a little bit of your experience level, like in general with game dev or with N64 specifically, and with low-level programming embedded and so on.
Yeah. Name is Ali. I have been in the Discord for some time now, maybe for more than 5 years now. I'm not a game dev or low-level dev in real life, but I think Nintendo 64 is the only reason why I'm doing low-level stuff, and I love doing it. By the day, I do web development, so it's pretty far away from what I do for this jam. But yeah, I quite like it, but I'm not a experienced low-level or embedded developer, I can say that.
Okay. Do you have experience with any other homebrew consoles?
Not actually. No, Nintendo is my only passion.
Okay. So go ahead.
And I also, this is the 3rd time I'm attending this jam. I'm pretty happy with the jam as well. Thank you for organizing it.
Thanks for joining once again. It's always nice to see your entries.
Indeed.
Thanks.
All right. Speaking of, could you introduce your game and what was the inspiration for it? How did your original idea evolve over time, and are you satisfied with what you submitted?
Yeah. This was an older idea of mine, to be honest. Like it was brewing in the back of my head for some time. But like it never realized to be an actual game. That there was a short animation that I have found from somewhere called paintballing. Like in that animation, there are some soldiers fighting for their lives, and they're shooting paintballs to each other. And when they shoot, the environment and the like soldiers are being painted. So I think that was the initial inspiration for this game. But while thinking about it, like I was also thinking of how to make it into a game, and while thinking of painting the environment, I thought to myself, like, what would happen if instead of the environment, also the players were painted, and that become into this idea of painting other players to change their teams. So that's how it evolved over time. But in the context of this jam, I just wanted to really make this into a game this time. And once the team is announced, competitive mini games, I thought this would be a good fit. Like originally, what I had in mind was more of a massively multiplayer kind of gameplay, but I thought it would also work for 4 players. So I believe it would be a good way to build a game for this jam. So I gave it a go. I think the game was originally a single round. Like I was trying to figure out how to make the win condition because there are 4 players. I thought they all should have different teams per the rules of the jam. So I was playing around with the idea, but it was very difficult to come up with a proper driving force for the players for because like when you get painted, you still need a reason to play to continue playing. So it didn't work out as a single round. So I started to introduce the rounds concept. So the game currently is like taking around 5 rounds, and the idea is there is some revenge mechanics. So for example, if somebody is playing too well, it's possible that you team up with other players. Like this is not possible with the AI, but if you are playing with real players, it's possible that you team up with others to try to get revenge from the other. Essentially, that's the idea.
Okay, and are you happy with what you ended up with?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. It was a nice interpretation of my original idea, I think, and it fitted the theme of the jam well, I think. But like there are a few things I'd like to still implement. For example, if there was a dashing mechanism or mechanic rather, it would be really nice because currently it's a little bit hard to evade the bullets. And another thing that I remember that I was planning to add was obstacles in the map. It also serves a similar purpose. It provides a way to protect yourself from the bullets. But like I had to finish the jam a little bit earlier because I was going to go to India for some time, and I didn't have access to the hardware there, so I finished a little bit early, so I couldn't finish these mechanics. But still, I think the core gameplay is fine, and we had even the chance to play test it with 4 players in our office. It was a fun experience.
Okay, nice. Right. Moving on to the next question. What was your general experience developing this game with regard to the tools that you had available? Like, what did you think of the experience with LibDragon and with the or with the minigame template and so forth?
Yeah. As always, LibDragon is always a good library. It's very easy to use. It's the main purpose of it, actually. So it was all fine because the hardware is very complicated, and it's really providing a nice abstraction around the hardware, and it is also providing higher level functions for much of the stuff. So it's really like you can just start building your game. It's not a full engine, but filling in the remaining things is easy, in my opinion. So it was a good experience. This year we had also the Tiny 3D microcode, and it was very similar. The API is very clean, simple to use. You just like it takes a little bit to figure out how it will work out, but considering the complexity of the hardware, I think it's very well done. So that's what I think. When it comes to the template, we had a few problems, but nothing much to worry about. I think it was fine. I also had some fixes as we go, if I remember correctly. So yeah, it was a good experience. I loved it. I have never used the original SDK, by the way, so I don't have any way to compare it to anything else. But considering that I'm coming from web and I'm able to build a game, I think that's awesome.
Okay. Did you think there was anything missing from the tools? Anything that could have helped you reach your goals quicker like that?
Probably like not very much for this game because this is a very specific game. But in general, I think being able to build a map, like even if I went for an obstacle mechanic, then it would probably become useful if we had a way to build a map of sorts, like rather than a single 3D model. If I had the opportunity to build a map, that would be very useful. But like there has been some discussion around this topic for some time in the Discord. But the API is a little bit complicated, so it's not like really getting through. So it's not a big problem, but like if you ask me to what is missing, that's probably my first answer.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next question. Since AI was a big requirement for this year for the game jam, what was your experience with implementing the AI?
Yeah, it was probably my first time with implementing a real gameplay AI. Like also the AI is all the hype these days, but this is a different kind of AI. It was the like most fun thing I had in this jam. I think it went pretty simple. The basic implementation took around a day. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest, and it's a pretty bare bones mechanism. Like what I did is the agents, the players, has different behaviors, which I like hard code, and based on a few states of them, like attack and defense, their weights are changing. So it looks like their behavior is changing a little, and it's creating this illusion of the players are playing the game actually, but they are pretty dumb agents actually. There are a few behaviors like shooting other players which are implemented almost perfectly. They can anticipate where you are running and shoot there. So when you are playing in hard mode, it's pretty difficult to beat them. And the next step was tuning this down to not play perfectly in lower difficulty settings, basically. So for example, in the easy mode, they start missing you intentionally. That's how it works. Hope that makes sense.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. Actually, it lines up pretty much with what other participants have said. That's pretty much how everyone implements the AI. They start with something that does everything perfectly and then tune it down.
Yeah.
That
it's easier to
the way
tweak
to go.
reaction times than to have to implement, or then have to work your way backwards from having something dumb to more complex.
Yeah, and it's all about the illusion because like it's not like I had the thought of integrating the other mechanics as well. Like if a player is playing too well, the AI will start to team up with others and such. But I didn't have time to implement those. It would probably make it a little bit more interesting. On the other hand, I think the original purpose of the Jam games is playing with real players, and the AI is something to fill in the empty place. That's what I thought from day one. So I didn't bother too much.
Yeah. Okay. Boo, do you have any additional questions?
Yeah, I had a question about well, the graphics, so like in your game, you're throwing paintballs and they leave decals on the floor. And I was wondering, are you painting the floor in real time and just like having that stored as a texture in memory, or are you making individual decal objects?
Yeah, that's a great question actually. They are not decals because I wanted to have this like because of the original inspiration, the paintballing short animation. I wanted to make the paint marks permanent in the world. So it's a big texture. I think currently it's 512 to 512. and I'm just painting that texture and rendering it in real time. So that's what I do. If they were decals, I would probably need to keep track of them and remove them after some time, but that's not what I did.
Yeah.
So yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, that would have been the smart choice there.
Yeah, and once I did this mechanism, like I decided to also go for the footsteps, because like the animation of the players is very basic, just a tube with eyes. Once I added the footsteps and the animation of the character, it came to life actually, because it feels like it's actually moving through the level. It was much more lifelike once I did that.
Yeah. No, it came out really well. I really liked it. Yeah, it was a fun mini game. My only complaint is sometimes I don't quite understand how the scoring works, because sometimes I'm leading like 5 points to someone else who has 3, and then after one round suddenly they got 7 points, and I'm like, what the hell just happened?
They get 7 points in a single
Well, no,
round?
they jumped from 3 points to 7 points, so they got 4 points in that round.
4 points is the maximum you can get. The winner color gets a point, and each additional, like if you change someone's color to your team's color, you get a point. So that's how it works. There are 2 rules basically. So one way to score is being the winning color, and the only way to do that is shooting someone else the first. You shouldn't let others to change your color. And once you are in some other team, so say you have changed color by someone else and now you are in their team, the other way you can score is by shooting others to make them join your team. So that those are the 2 mechanisms. I agree that it's the difficult part to understand, but
yeah, no, it just needed like maybe like a particle or something with like a +1 or something so that I understood why someone suddenly got points in the middle of a round. But no, overall it was a solid entry. I enjoyed it a lot.
There are probably things to do. So I agree. There are
it's those minor things that if you had a few more days to do, you probably would have.
Exactly.
But yep, I don't have any other questions. That was basically it.
All right. Okay, then thank you very much for participating in the Game Jam and for this interview. And we hope to see you next time.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Thanks a lot.
See you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. See you. Welcome. Let's begin. So introduce yourself and what's your experience with N64 and or game dev and or low-level development, and do you have experience with any other homebrew consoles?
Well, first of all, my name is Jan. I'm from Germany. I'm from Bavaria. It's near Germany. I am almost 40 years old, not quite, and I have 0 experience writing homebrew for any consoles. I'm a C++ developer by trade, so I work for a big German-based automotive concern with 3 letters in its name, who doesn't want to be recognized. And I built prototype cars, and so basically what you see in like 2029, that's what I built today. So I know my way around coding, but I really don't know anything about writing homebrew software. What I mostly do is microcontroller stuff, so ESP32 and all that stuff. I'm a contributor to a open source project called WLED. It's used to control shiny, colorful lights. And I'm also a Twitch streamer, and I streamed all my development process on Twitch. So people helped me out quite a bit, mostly by stopping me when I had too ambitious plans, like 3D or something like that. So yeah, that should round it up pretty good.
All right. So next question, introduce your game and what inspired you to make it, and how did the original idea that you had evolve over time, and are you satisfied how it ended up?
Okay, so my game is 64 beats because it's 64 beats long. I had in mind. Well, first of all, I started off with the idea of basically doing a 3D endless scroller where you have to avoid obstacles. Then there was a minor roadblock called 3D because I don't know anything about 3D coding and 3D modeling and 3D anything basically. I mostly use Linux, so a graphical user interface for me is a terminal window and a wallpaper, and that's fancy. And so I pivoted relatively early on to this idea. I learned about the tracking features, like the music tracker features in LibDragon. And one of my viewers on Twitch is a part of the demo scene. You know, these people who write software for C64, Amiga, and he's also an organizer of one of the Germany's biggest demo scene parties. Well, what's it called? It's not the Revision. It's called the other big one.
I should know this. DreamHack?
No, the yet another one. Short name. It's in Cologne.
Ah, man, I should know this.
Yeah, me too. So yeah, then I thought, what could we do with music? And well, then I remembered I own 42 consoles, and for 3 of them I own a dance mat, and I really enjoyed playing Stepmania back in the day. And yeah, that's where the idea came from. And I didn't know there was a Dance Dance Revolution clone on the N64. I think it was Disney themed. I'm not quite sure, but I found out about that one later. So until then, I was like, man, I'm such a genius. I have the greatest idea ever, and nobody ever did this. Well, it turns out Disney did, but they bought The Simpsons, so yeah, that checks out. And yeah, I'm quite satisfied with the outcome. There are, of course, some bugs, some things that aren't quite as nice as I would have hoped they were. But for me, being the only one developing the code in such a short period of time, yeah, I'm quite satisfied. I gave it my best shot.
Also, I think it's Evoke.
Yeah, it's
That's in
Evoke.
Cologne.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna say I just looked it up. Yeah.
Shout out to Inertia Demo Party. Come to Inertia Demo Party 2025 in Portugal.
That sounds nice. I will consider it.
I go every year, so you might spot me there. All right, let's
Yeah,
not get too distracted.
Okay, sounds good.
Short tangent.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to the next question then.
Yeah.
So since you're a complete beginner, like you said, what was your experience in general making this mini game? What did you think of the tools you had available? Was there anything that you think was missing that could have helped you, like documentation, missing tools, and so on?
Yeah, I was when I first started to entertain the idea of writing N64 games at all. There was basically nothing on YouTube, and that's basically where I learned everything I know, including taxes. So that was quite frustrating in the beginning. Then James Lambert, I think it was, came out with with this video about how to set up the toolchain. That helped me a lot. And then from there, I just worked my way around to the code using everything I had available. ChatGPT, the documentation was quite nice. And most of the stuff that's not specific to N64 development, I already knew. So there was that. And I think I had everything available. A bit more demo code would have been cool, and also it would have been awesome if the example game didn't crash. But other than that, it was quite a shallow learning curve, I would say.
Yeah, the crashing in the example game was a bug in LibDragon's font renderer that we eventually patched by the end of the jam, but it did take a while.
Oh, that I didn't know.
Yeah, there were 2 big issues. One of them was related to anti-aliasing, and the other one was related to synchronization. Snackus would know a bit more about that than I would, and Rasky.
Yeah,
well.
I figured. I figured if I would just make the names for the players longer, like the labels, then it wouldn't crash. So that was my hotfix. And I also never tried it on an NTSC machine or an emulator because I couldn't get it to run. Just normal Linux user things. It just wouldn't compile.
Okay. So let's move on then. Since AI was a big requirement for this year's jam, what was your experience implementing the AI? Was it complicated? Was it hard to tune it, and so on?
I think it was hard to balance it, so I just didn't do that. It was just basically whenever there's a node I would hit, the AI would have a random chance to score points based on the difficulty level. So it's rather imbalanced, I would say. It's not hard to beat the AI at any difficulty level if you're a somewhat decent player, but for players who I realized it's not that easy for everyone to get into this kind of game because not everyone is made for rhythm games. So I thought it was quite alright if it was easy to beat on the easier difficulty levels, even for beginners or people who really couldn't play a rhythm game to save their mother. But other than that, that was the easiest part. I think it was. I got sick at the end of the game jam, and I was lying in bed and felt miserable and implemented the AI, and I think it shows.
Sorry to hear that, but I think it turned out
Yeah,
fine.
no worries.
Yeah, it turned out all right.
Thank you.
Okay.
It works.
Boo, do you have any more questions?
I was trying to think, but I can't think of anything right now.
Yeah, there well, not quite a suggestion, maybe a hint, because I heard of this game jam via James Lambert's video, and I think more of that would be cool to get even more people on board. Like more public coverage of the topic, because it's quite an interesting thing to build an N64 game. So I think more people should do it, but I don't know how to reach them.
Yeah, it's like we have a Twitter, I think. I don't use that anymore because that platform's a bit of a mess.
Yeah,
we did create a Blue Sky and Mastodon account this year, which I'm now going to try to, whenever people want to publish stuff that they're working on, they can bug me and I can promote it on our socials. We have that YouTube channel, which is where we usually like post the announcement videos. And I also try to make an itch page and promote on one or two other websites that I visit regularly. But we could really use someone who's like a media person who's connected to everything and is okay with bothering a lot of people.
And as always with everything related to homebrew, I mean, we're just a bunch of hobbyists who do this in our free time. So yeah.
Yeah. It also doesn't help that this is a Discord channel, and so it's kind of like isolated from everything else on the internet.
For sure.
Discord is a black hole of information, and so you can't like Google something and get results of stuff that's inside of a Discord server. You have to join them to see the content, which really sucks. But it's what's hip with the youth nowadays.
Yeah, I really love using Discord. I mean, it's a great platform for chatting and for discussing things, but not so much for storing knowledge.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, one thing I wanted to add, I didn't actually realize, but like you said, your game 64 beats, like the song actually has 64 beats. Is that correct?
Kinda, sorta.
Okay, I thought that was like. Okay. I thought that was like a real clever twist. Okay.
Yeah, but that was the intention, and then the intro was added because I didn't want to throw the player right into the game without any warning. So I left the intro in, and so now it's like 69 or something like that, or 70 something. But the idea was to push 64 buttons, and it's on the N64, and yeah, I kind of like that. And it's also pretty short, so you can play really short rounds in rapid succession. Right now, it's only the one song, but it's easy to add more songs, and you can create the tracks for the songs. You know what buttons to push. You can add those programmatically, so you could have breaks in there and all that stuff.
Okay. One more thing. You said you're a Twitch streamer. This is your chance to leave a shameless plug.
Yeah, I mostly stream German, so if you speak German or understand German or aren't afraid to bug me about what's going on screen, you can find me at twitch.tv/jvpeak. I stream twice a week on Wednesdays and Fridays at 8 p.m. What's my time zone? The German time zone. If you're from Germany, it's 8 p.m.
Yeah, GMT +1, if I'm not mistaken.
And I mostly do microcontroller stuff, soldering, electronics, a bit of coding, a bit of web development. I've been a web developer for 15 years, and I swore to myself I wouldn't do it again, so I'm doing it now as a hobby.
All right. Okay, thank you very much for participating in the Game Jam and for this interview. And we hope to see you again next time.
I will try my best. I can't promise anything.
Okay.
Okay, see you.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Welcome. So let's just get going right away. Please introduce yourselves, your team, and what's your experience level with programming in general and N64 development specifically, and do you have experience with any other homebrew consoles?
Okay, cool. I'm Gary Jones III. I was the lead artist, composer, and impromptu game designer on Hydra Harmonics. I don't have any programming experience. My background is in animation, but I've worked on the last 3 jams since 2012. This is the second time I've submitted an entry. I've also translated an N64 game, and I'm currently working on a few more patches.
Right. I'm N64 Squid. I have been doing programming for 20 years now. But I've been doing N64 development making actual projects for about a year and a half now. But yeah, that's me.
I'm Ben, or Static Tier. I was an additional artist in helping out with some of the concepting on Hydra Harmonics. I have programming experience, but none on the N64 itself. I mainly work in Godot, and this was my first time working on any N64 homebrew content.
I guess my role was sound. As far as programming, I've worked with C, and with the Super Nintendo, also do music with the Super Nintendo, and it was my first time using LibDragon, so that was pretty fun.
All right. So next question. Please introduce your game and what was the inspiration for it, and beginning from there, how did it evolve over time, and are you satisfied with what you ended up with?
Cool. So yeah, I mean, it's Hydra Harmonics. You play as one of 4 heads on a Hydra. You eat the notes that are your color. Winner is the one who gets the most notes. One of our first ideas was for a rhythm game where all 4 players controlled a single player. We were thinking competitive collaboration. That was the term I used. Given that we were using LibDragon, I was like, well, maybe our main character should be a dragon. So I drew a sketch of a 4-headed Hydra barbershop quartet, and we sort of branched off from there. We realized very early on that replayability was important, so we kind of dropped the rhythm game concept and focused solely on eating notes. We wanted something arcadey, so we added power-ups near the end and sped up the game to keep it fresh. We wanted something short and sweet.
I also remember the art direction kind of changing a bit, because originally we were going to go for something a bit more darker, more akin to something along the lines of The Misadventures of Flapjack. But due to a misunderstanding about what kind of hydras they were, we ended up switching over to more bright and vibrant style, which was something I wasn't expecting.
All right. Go ahead.
I mean, sure. I mean, did you want to go into the programming, Squid, or did you go to the art?
I think the programming was fairly straightforward. Most of it was kind of just getting the laundry list of everything that we needed to do done. There were a few things that were a little bit difficult, like getting the tiles on the floor and getting the animation system set up. But apart from that, it was fairly straightforward. The big change again was the switching from doing a rhythm game to just a sort of patch the notes game. But I think it turned out better that way because otherwise having everybody catch their own note at different speeds, at different rhythms, their notes would come at different intervals. It was a bit too complicated. It would be a bit too difficult to understand.
I know for the art, my personal goal was to produce something visually striking, a visually striking 2D game with all original art. No asset libraries, no public sprites. I produced about 500 sprites for that, and I looked at it all halfway through development and said, this is awful, we gotta scrap it. So I redid all the textures, I made them all smaller, and I did this for 2 reasons. Blitting, for the next stretching in the environments, and for the color. Last game that I submitted with my team was black and white, so this time, I really wanted to go crazy with color. The Hydras, they're all several sprites that are kind of stitched together, Frankenstein together to create a rich color palette, and I think it looks gorgeous on a CRT. Squid, he mentioned that animation system. I looked at it. It is a complex, clean animation system for the game, for swapping eyes, for adding all the visual effects like the flowers and the music notes when they eat a little note, and changing the heads. I helped out with the initial animation timing, but he sort of put it all in action. Our final style, it was sort of like a halfway point, like Static brought up. It's a halfway point between sort of like the Muppets and Hanna-Barbera. I wanted something a little more Seussy, a little more Dr. Seuss, and we sort of made that change once Static showed me some concepts that were more psychedelic, and I was like, oh, I like that a lot.
Okay. Just want to add, just looking at the game, you can definitely tell you put a lot of effort into the visual style and the animation. So well
yeah,
done.
the visuals were fantastic. I played them on a CRT, and it really popped.
Thank you. That was really fun. I guess you're gonna. That's the next thing because there were a lot of other things I really wanted to add that I was clenching my fists. I really wanted to add this, but I know visually, I really wanted to add rim lights on all the characters, like in Mario Galaxy. But we didn't have any time that went that. It would have taken. We could have done it cheap with like IA4 textures. But I didn't want the game to be very expensive. I wanted it to kind of feel like I wanted it to run pretty well. I think our final size is only about 300 kilobytes. Really happy. I wanted to add a paint melting transition, like the shells, like the paint melts off the shells when the shells swap. I wanted evil sparkles for the sour notes. I wanted the eyes to track the nearest note of their color, and I wanted special win and loss animations for getting first, second, third, and fourth, and a hidden loss animation if you got 0 notes. Yeah. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Okay. So next question. What was your guys' general experience developing this game with regard to the tools that you had available? Like documentation, asset tooling, and was there anything that you missed?
I think that with regards to the tools, I worked on we used LibDragon a few times before, and so everything was pretty familiar, so I didn't have much trouble. The only thing that I think would have been a lot better would be if there was more support for managing texture palettes, because all of the Hydras, they are exactly the same, all of the notes, they're exactly the same, but we just had to sort of create duplicate copies for each of the different colors. It's either an issue with LibDragon or just me not figuring it out correctly. But that would have made it a lot easier. Especially one thing that we wanted to do was to have a shadow behind them, and if we had if we could just change the palette to be all black, we could have just a plain black Hydra behind it, and that would work as a shadow. But yeah, apart from that, I think working out for a 2D game, it was fairly easy. Just to place the things on the screen and stretch things out where you need to mirror them and duplicate them and stretch them. That all works pretty well and very easily.
Snackers, doesn't LibDragon expose TLUTs for color index textures?
Yeah, I was gonna add this. So as far as I know, it is possible to swap palettes at runtime, but it's probably not very well documented, and it's not straightforward. There's definitely room for improvement on this front. But yeah, thank you for the feedback.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
anyone
I couldn't
else?
figure it out. I just reported. Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else want to add something to this, or should we move on to the next question?
I mean, personally, I was just in A-Sprite most of the time, so I didn't really use much of the N64 specific stuff.
And overall, when it came to, wait, did you want to say something?
No, I was gonna pivot to music and sound. 'Cause I made the music in the software, then you helped convert it.
Oh, I just want to add on to before we move on, Lib Dragon. Since I didn't work on the project directly, I was working on something else, didn't finish. But Lib Dragon was surprisingly, personally found it easy to use. Just had those few, well, not few, but those natural bugs that pop up. Programmer error. But I do think it's pretty great how far it's come.
I think
Okay. Sorry,
that's
go
about
ahead.
it. No, I was gonna say I think that's about it. I don't.
Last thing, and I did this for the last entry we submitted to. I wrote lyrics for like the song. I wanted it to be an a cappella song, but none of us are a cappella singers, so we just kind of we went with the basic XM route.
Okay. All right. So next question. Since this mini game jam had as a requirement the AI, what was your experience developing the AI? And was it complicated? Did you have any difficulties tuning it?
All right. I'll tell you a bit about this. So originally, when I first started working on the AIs, we had two different versions. One which was smart, and one which was called random. So the random one would just sort of pick a lane and then eat randomly. And I found that was extremely stupid. And the bot would just not get any points at all. It would make it 1 or 2, and that's about it. So we ended up just sticking with the smart AI, which moved to the correct row to eat the notes as a normal player would, and avoid the notes that they shouldn't get. In terms of optimizing it, in terms of getting it for the different difficulties, we had two things that affected difficulty. One is the note quantity. So in easy mode, you only get one note per second, and in medium, you get occasionally you get 2 notes coming at the same time, and in hard mode, you get 3 notes. So you get that difficulty, which applies to everybody. But then the AIs also become smarter. So they have a greater chance of eating the correct notes, and a greater chance of avoiding the opponent's notes. So it's pretty much just a matter of the probability of them doing the right move, and that changes with the difficulty.
Did we ever implement a feature where the computer players would target sour notes of the winning player's color?
No, they just avoid it completely.
Okay, got it. The one hidden feature that we didn't extend the directions is that if you eat a sour note that is another opponent's color, you swap spaces with them. You avoid your own sour notes, you eat your opponent. So there's a little tip for anybody who wants to try it out.
Yeah, eat.
Okay. Boo, do you have any other questions?
No, nothing off the top of my head. You guys already answered the few questions I had. Genuinely, when I saw the entry, I absolutely, it just oozed personality. I was really impressed by the visuals and the music and how all of that came together. Yeah, great job, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
If there was any criticism, it's that when you first play the game, it can be a bit overwhelming, all the different note types.
I saw James Lambert play the game on his stream, and I was like internally sort of like screaming, but at the very least, with a few playthroughs, I think it figures it out. But yeah, that was one thing we were dying. We were like, how do we tutorialize this weird land invented? How do we explain these concepts to first-time players?
Something to keep in mind for next time.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
it is difficult to do for a game like yours to not just have a big wall of text like you do end up having.
We were supposed to have
Pokemon Stadium on some of the more complicated minigames, like the one where you have to eat sushi. It's also a big wall of text with all the different sushi pieces. Although I don't think they actually explain the effects of some of the sushi pieces, and so you kind of infer by playing once or twice that, oh, this is actually not something I should eat.
I see.
Yeah, I mean, after playing a couple times, you get the hang of it.
Yeah, basically.
And, I mean, yeah, such is the art of game design, I guess. It's a difficult balance of how many features you have and how easy it is to grasp and so on. But
It's
I
funny
think you did
because,
a good job.
Well, thank you. I've never considered myself a game designer. Like I said, I come from animation, so I'm looking at this and I'm like, how do I design a game? I don't know anything about this. So I was, it was a fun challenge. It was a fun challenge to try. My biggest challenge was sort of like coming into terms of taking the role of project director, because I didn't plan on being director. I just planned on being the artist. But eventually, I sort of became principal game designer along with Squid, and we kind of and we sort of like collaborated to really produce something that is an enjoyable experience.
Okay, great. All right, so thank you all very much for participating in the jam and in this interview. And we hope to see you next time as well.
When's the next one?
When it's announced, that's when it is. This year got quite a bit delayed. Lots of stuff on our end. This year was a bit more complicated. We did also make it a bit more complicated on our part since we had to do the template work. So probably for next time will be something a bit more chill for us organizers.
A bit simpler, yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a nice chill, relaxed break. All right, well, thank you.
Yep. You guys have a good day.
All right, take care.
You too, take care.
Take care.
Welcome. And how about you introduce yourself and what's your sort of experience level with game development, software development, and homebrew and in N64?
Sure. I'm Raz. I work in hardware, so I don't work with much in terms of software development myself, aside from just hobbies. In terms of homebrew, I started pretty much earlier in early 2024. I've been following the N64 homebrew community for a while, but I just didn't have the skills to be able to really contribute. But when Tiny 3D kind of came out, they gave me just enough to be able to start, and so I kind of slowly worked my way up until being able to make something for the game jam. My actual experience in game development is relatively small. This is the second game jam I've been in, so this past year has kind of been me trying to get more into game development.
Okay. Next question. So what is your game about? What was your inspiration for the game, and how did your original idea evolve over time? And are you happy with what you ended up with?
Okay, well, my game is about basically building snowman. So everybody's trying to grab snowballs and then decorations, try and get whichever the most decorated and largest snowman to get the most points. The original idea for it was weirdly like, you know those ads with like what Reese's or something, or like you got chocolate in my peanut butter? My original idea was a 2v2 game where somebody would have chocolate, they would try to find chocolate, and the other one would find peanut butter, then they would come together and combine it. But the way I had it in my mind would be with the split screen, but I pretty quickly realized that would be very hard on performance. So, and I also wasn't in love with just the concept of peanut butter and chocolate. It felt random. But then I thought, well, the jam's going to end around Christmas. Maybe I do something winter themed. And then I thought, well, what can I do that would be not split screen, would be all on one map? And then at all the same time, I was like, well, what if we just, instead of 2 people working together, was 4 people all trying to get their own snowman? So instead of talking Peter, just snowballs and decorations. So it kind of went from very different 2v2 setup with this giant maze to just this one small screen that everybody's kind of traversing all at the same time. So it changed a lot, but I think it's way better than it would have been if I went with my original idea. But in the end, I'm relatively happy with the game because I think it works well enough. I think it's easy enough for people to pick up and figure out. Overall, for the second time I've really entered a game jam, I'm pretty happy with it, despite how chaotic everything was for me near the end.
Okay, all right. What was your experience developing the game, like with the tools you had at your disposal, the libraries, the documentation, etc.? Do you think there was anything missing that would have helped you?
I was pretty familiar with the tool set going into it because I've been working with Tiny 3D and LibDragon up until then. I mostly worked off of the examples and occasionally went into, say, the LibDragon documentation when I had to. I thought it was pretty well set up. I understood basically from the examples that were given, like in the original template, I figured out how you're supposed to set up the minigame pretty well. I thought it was well enough, easy enough to understand. Yeah, I think it was about as smooth as it could be. I didn't have too much trouble just getting the game set up and working. In terms of other tools, I Yeah, I worked a lot with Blender, and I was not super familiar with it, but I was able to work well enough with it. Just using the tiny 3D importer and everything. Yeah, I thought it was good.
All right, that's good to hear. And do you have any experience with SDKs from other consoles for homebrew? Or?
Not really. I've played around with like old school NES and SNES like assembly and C stuff, but not extensively, and not for any like similar consoles to like N64 or like a Dreamcast or something. N64 is definitely my first one that I've worked with.
All right. Okay. All right. So this year in the Game Jam, it was themed around party mini games. So AI was one of the requirements for submission. What was your experience developing this AI? Was it complicated? Did it take long? And did you how was it tuning the AI?
It was definitely one of the more complicated aspects of it. In the end, making the actual AI's functionality did take a lot of time near the end. The biggest thing with my game that I realized immediately was that I was going to have to do pathing, like with A star. And so implementing that, it didn't take too long, although it took a while for me to wrap my head around it. The biggest problem with that was that I didn't know how to like automatically import like collision from like Blender if I wanted to make like a nav mesh or something. So I just manually made nodes by hand in code, and that took way too long. It was very error prone, but it's all I could figure out at the time. Otherwise, it was definitely one of the more difficult parts. In the end, I gave up on having the AI be able to attack other players just because it was just a bit too complicated near the end, and I decided the AIs functioned well enough without that feature because I could still make Snowman and everything. Yeah, AI is definitely one of the more complicated aspects, but I also chose a mini game where AI was going to be more complicated, and I knew that from the start.
Yeah, I talked to Rasky and Sneks at the when we were like organizing stuff, and one of the things looking back that I think we probably should have provided for all the mini games was an A-star implementation or something, just so that people could get their foot in the door for writing AIs. But yeah, if we had more time to organize everything, then that we could have prevented that. But it is what it is.
The A-star is only half the battle anyway, because a lot of it is the actual like AI algorithm about how they should act, and then the difficulty settings is its own kind of
yeah, of course,
interesting thing, because I have to figure out, well, how do I make the AI dumb, and how would I make the AI smart but not so smart that it's better than everything else? And mostly I just did wait times or go to some random node and do nothing interesting or of value. But yeah, I think that most of my time was actually spent in the actual AI loop, where I had the AIs actually decide where they would go. And then of course I actually had to make the AIs move to a node, which was its own thing. The A-star overall was not the most difficult part in my case.
Yeah. And in general, like we were a bit worried in the beginning, that we were going to impose this on all the participants, that they had to implement AI, but we took the risk. But I think it worked out fine. Like pretty much everyone was able to provide some definitely functioning AI, and I think it works well enough in most cases. In yours too.
I played all the games, and I think all of them had AI that seemed at least functional. Like it never felt like particularly odd. They all felt like AI characters that looked fine. So I think that was all right.
Yeah, and Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
For me, I think having to do AI was a good thing because I want to do more homebrew and I need to do AI. So that's just like doing this whole game jam is in part just like a motivation thing to learn more about programming, doing homebrew. So I have to learn AI. Another part of it was I had tons of problems with memory leaks, but I have to learn how to deal with memory leaks. So even though that was hard, it was an important like learning experience for me. So I don't think it was necessarily bad. And since everybody did AI, I think it was overall a good thing. But yes, it was just one of the harder aspects of it.
Yeah, for sure. Like game jams are always a good opportunity to learn something.
Yeah, step out of your comfort zone.
Yeah. Okay. Boo, do you have any other questions?
Off the top of my head, I don't think so. It was a nice surprise seeing my Catherine model show up in an entry.
Here's the thing about the Catherine model. That was originally just going to be a placeholder. I wanted to make my own, but then I realized I did not have the time for that. So I just quickly tried to figure out how to change the texture for the hair to be different colors, and then that worked, and then that was fine. The main problem with using the Catherine model was actually performance. If I made my own, I could have made it way lower poly and maybe less bones. The game runs well until you get to the very end, like everybody has almost finished their like snowmen. Then it can drop down to near like 25 frames per second. It can have problems. So that's a bit of a regret. But overall, I don't think I think the Catherine model works very well in the game, aside from just a little bit of performance. Because making something custom because the camera's so far away, it probably wouldn't have been too much worth it.
Yeah, since the camera was quite far away, you probably could have decimated it and like flattened the chest, reduced out the complexity of like the arms and stuff. Because at that distance, it's all gonna look like rectangles. So
yeah, but then I would have had to figure out how to do that, and I was running out of time.
Understandable.
Yeah, and I mean, to your credit, 25 FPS is still more than some of the official games.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but when I did that, the music would start to mess up a little bit, and more importantly, inputs would start to drop. It may have just been the weird way that I implemented it, but so I had to. Yeah, it was causing problems. Another thing that I did to improve performance, and this is so stupid, if you'll notice the background of my game, it's not like a textured like a quad or something. It's literally just the clear color. Like I just cleared color like a light gray to make it look like snow, because even having one quad with a textured quad was causing performance issues. So I just said, well, it can just look kind of like snow. That'll be good enough.
Yeah, N64 has a terrible fuck, what's the term?
Fill rate?
Fill rate, yeah, fill rate.
But that's just because my game has lots of performance issues in and of itself that I want to look into more. But that was just a quick fix at the end.
Yeah, it's all part of the jam experience.
Indeed. All right. So I don't have any other questions. So thank you for participating in the game jam and for this interview. And we hope to see you again next time as well.
Sure, I almost certainly will. Thank you very much.
All right, take care.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome. Introduce yourself and what's your sort of experience level with homebrew game dev or game dev in general and software development.
Yeah, so I'm River, aka Radish. Fans of my radio show and my music might know me as River Beats. I've developed a little bit of homebrew. I've worked on some Wii homebrew using the Octave game engine. I've also have a little experience in C from my college classes, and I've also worked on Mario 64 ROM hacks, so I have some experience, prior experience with Fast 64 as well.
Okay. And introduce your game. Like, what was your inspiration, and how did this original idea evolve over time? And are you satisfied with the final product?
Yeah, so my game is Furball. It's very simple mini game. You're a cat and you throw balls at a target. The one who hits the most targets within a minute wins. As for inspiration, the idea kind of came from the aforementioned game I was making for the Wii, which also used cats as characters, except it was a basketball game. I originally intended to do something like that for this, but I figured doing all the collision detection code and trying to make it work with 4 players at once would be kind of challenging for my first game jam, so I went with something more simple instead. There's a lot I would have liked to have done with the game, such as add like a pause screen, which a lot of people did and would have been ideal. Like a title screen as well, more complex music, and use the new particle system that was implemented in Tiny 3D, I think would have been really neat as well. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to get to all that.
Okay. You mentioned title screen. Well, actually, I know some games they did add like a title screen and a bit more fancy stuff like that, but that was actually technically kind of out of spec. Like we didn't really expect anyone to do that, so it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I guess everyone else just went above and beyond.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, these are games that were supposed to be mini games, like in Mario Party or Pokemon Stadium and so on. So you wouldn't really expect them to have like separate title screens and so on. But I mean, we kind of just let it slide. Like we didn't tell people to remove them or anything.
Yeah,
but
it wasn't a big deal.
Yeah. The one thing that we did change was that the games were required to automatically end once the winner was determined.
Yeah, there
But
was
we
one or
just
two mini
fixed that.
games that didn't do that, and we had to tweak that in some games.
But we took care of all
Yeah.
that, so it's fine. All
Yeah,
right.
all right.
Okay. So what was your experience developing this game? Like with the, working with the tools you had available, like libraries, asset tools, documentation, etc. And you mentioned you had experience with homebrew on other consoles. Like, how would you compare the experience?
Yeah. I think the tools are absolutely phenomenal. LibDragon and Tiny3D just make it makes it way easier than I anticipated. Like having the model importer and like animation tools, like be able to import it from Blender, as well as like the music, like the XM music and audio stuff. It makes it just like really easy to just create assets and import them to your game. You don't have to like worry about, I don't know. I've seen homebrew on other systems like the PlayStation 1, for example, where it's much more difficult to get stuff like that onto the system and in your game. So the tools here were incredible. I've worked with, on the Wii specifically, there's a game engine called Octave, which makes it really easy. And that's where I learned a lot of the Blender stuff. And I used my experience from there to kind of guide me in how I should organize my project as well. So that helped. The example code, there was the example mini games we were able to see, and I was able to kind of figure out how they implemented things as well, and how the Tiny3D and LibDragon functions were used. So that was a really big help in order to kind of get me off the ground, because I've never made like from scratch and N64 homebrew before. So
Okay.
the one thing I wish there was a better tool just in general, not necessarily for the N64, but just for XM music. I've never really worked with the XM format, so I had this really bizarre kind of way I did it, where I made the song in FL Studio, and then I exported the MIDI into Anvil Studio to get a MIDI file, and then I used OpenMPT to get it to XM, and it was kind of silly. It ended up working in the end. If you play my game, there is music, but I'm not sure exactly how to work with XM. So if anyone knows a good tool to make XM files, let me know.
Yeah, in that
funny
case, it
you
would be
mentioned this.
OpenMPT. OpenMPT is probably the best
All right.
that you have for XM music, since it works a ton of different formats. And it doesn't look archaic like
Yeah.
some of the other tracker tools out there.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and speaking of MIDI, there have been many requests that LibDragon should support MIDI as well. But as Rasky would be able to tell you, it's sadly not very easy. So
Yeah.
there's lots to do still,
Yeah,
for sure.
That's very understandable.
MIDI is a complicated format, and there's also a lot of work involved with audio that not everyone is super familiar with, especially when it comes to the low-level part of having to implement signal processors and all of that stuff. So
Yeah, absolutely.
it's horrible. You gotta find someone who understands this stuff well enough and is willing to work for free.
Yeah.
Yeah. So XM was the I'd say easier choice to implement first, but yeah. I mean, I'm glad people can figure out how to work with this stuff.
Yeah.
All right. So since we had AI as a requirement for this year's jam, what was your experience with that? Like, did you find it complicated to implement? Did it take long? And was it hard to tune it?
No, it was fairly easy. I had a very simple game, so it wasn't much of a challenge. It took me like less than an hour. All it does is basically it has the AI characters move toward the target and then wait a determinate amount of time depending on the difficulty level, and then shoot the ball. It's very basic. So tuning it, I just played the game and found a different like reaction time that made it easier or harder to beat depending on the difficulty level, to what I thought was good depending on my skill level. Hopefully it's not too hard or too easy for everyone who tries the game on their own. I think I did a decent job tweaking it, but yeah, it's very simple how it's implemented.
Yeah, I didn't get the chance to play with the harder AIs. I mostly stuck to medium for testing and recordings and that stuff. Honestly, my only criticism would be that there really isn't any penalty for missing your furballs. And so
Yeah.
I just spammed A and just moved up and down. And yeah, that basically solved the minigame.
Yeah, I could have made it so you can't just throw again instantly if you miss. But that's good to know for future games.
Okay, Boo, do you have any other questions?
No. Yeah, you answered basically everything that I think I was gonna ask.
Thank you.
Okay.
And thanks for putting on this game jam. It was a lot of fun. I learned a lot.
Yeah, thanks for participating. Hopefully you enjoyed it a lot.
Thank you.
And you mentioned you had a radio show.
I do. Yes.
Now's your chance to
I can
drop
plug
a shameless plug. Yeah.
Yeah. Fridays at 4 on WXOU 88.3 FM, Auburn Hills, Michigan. We talk sports, we talk news, we talk other things, we play music. It's a great time.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for participating in the game jam and for this interview.
Thank you.
And hopefully we'll see you next time as well.
I'm planning on it. So looking forward to it. All right.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right, take care.
Thank you. Take care. Welcome. Please introduce yourselves and say a little bit about your experience levels with homebrew and programming in general and in N64, etc.
Hello, my name is Ses. I'm pretty much a ROM hacker. I've been doing like SNES stuff and N64 stuff for a bit. This is really my first venture into homebrew, and I'm pretty much a just self-taught programmer with C, C++, Python.
Mew?
Okay, Mew, how about you?
Hi, I'm Mew. I have already experience with ROM hacking with Super Mario 64, and I have also experience with programming in several languages like Java, C#, C, and C++, and GD script. So I also use Godot for programming, and I'm studying game design at a university. And I'm also experienced with using Blender for making 3D models like level design and so on.
Okay, so you were both programmers? Or what were your roles in the team?
I was a programmer at the beginning. Yeah, go ahead, Mew.
And I was for modeling.
Okay. And what about the other two team members who unfortunately aren't here today?
So when it started, ZoneCab started the team, and he was lead programmer. We were basing it off of his engine, his Tiny 3D demo, and then we had Kalen come in to do music. We had a few other members that dropped very quickly. So me and ZoneCab worked on programming. He did some character modeling, and then he kind of dropped as well. And we had Mew come in because we thought we were going to build more levels to have a level designer, but she did end up helping with the character models.
All right.
I
Okay,
made
so
test levels,
sorry, Matt.
but I made test levels for the early part of the development. But yeah, as I said, test levels, so we didn't use it in the final product because we changed the game we are focusing to develop. Oh, and by the way, I'm from Germany. I hope that works for the language.
Yeah, totally fine. You're good. Okay. All right. So a little bit of context. We did allow in this year's game jam for teams to submit more than one entry. And fun fact, you're the only team to have taken advantage of this.
Yes,
so everyone else.
I'm aware.
Yeah. So this time around, I get to ask the question: introduce your games. So, what was your inspiration for your games? What were your original ideas, and did they evolve over time? And are you guys happy with what you ended up with?
So, yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I can start, and Seth can say additional things. So at the beginning, we thought about making something like the I forgot about the name. Fall Guys, right?
Fall Guys,
Yeah,
yes.
we were inspired by Fall Guys, so we wanted to make something like that. That is why I made a platforming-like level where we can place obstacles in, and later we decided to make more something like hopping from platforms to platforms, and they are disappearing. So, Seth, you can continue.
Yeah, our original idea was Fall Guys. We were starting to think of things like DoorDash and Hexagon, race levels. We really wanted to do split screen in the beginning, but the performance wasn't there. So we had to think of games that would work with a total view, trying to grab inspiration off of Mario Party, and I thought of the Hexagon games in there and how I could utilize what we wanted to do with Hexagon with an E from Fall Guys and try to pull it into this. And me and ZoneCab decided that it would be fun to add the lava that Hail Dodongo had made and make it about not falling into the lava. And so the first game that actually started coming together was Hot Hot Hexagons. And after I got through with that one, HTD released particles, and it gave me an idea for like cloud particles and things like that. And I wanted to come up with another game because we already had the foundation of the engine, and I thought I could do it. And the next game I thought about was adding. It's back to Mario Party, but like trying to add something to it or make it different. And it was, instead of running to the colored platform, make all the platforms your color, like scoring points, and just trying to find a game loop that worked with that. And then the last one, Holes, it was seriously just, I wanted to see what I could do in like a jam, like weekend time frame. And I also told my partner that it was a simple game and I could probably figure it out. So I kind of forced myself to do that. And in some parts of that, it definitely shows that I took 2 days on it. But it is one of the only games that has split screen in it, and that was like the main thing I wanted to do was add split screen and make it at least performant enough to be fun. I think that's about it.
Mhm. All right. So next question. So what was your experience developing the mini games with regard to the tools you had available, like the libraries, the asset tools, the documentation, etc. And if you have experience on any other consoles with Homebrew and their respective SDKs, maybe you could compare these. And do you think there was anything missing, maybe that could have helped you?
I'm not sure if there was anything missing. Like I've been reading over LibDragon or the Book of Dragon and getting used to how the SDK works, and coming from ROM hacking SM64, I kind of understand some of the N64, so that was helpful. I would guess the only like tools I would know the difference was between like the SBC player and editors for Super Nintendo kind of games versus here having trouble with the XMs and just getting size down. Other than that, at the beginning we wanted to add more libraries into the game, but we had trouble with the minigame template and trying to pull in all that. And also, we wanted to use Bullet 3 for our physics engine, but that required having Bullet built outside of the jam, and that was a hard requirement, and that would mean that there would be extra steps for everyone to build the game jam, so I didn't want to do that. We tried to add GLM for math. That was another problem. There was a mix between, because we were trying to do C++ and C, because I'm more used to C and they were more used to C++. So there's a little bit of memes with that. But eventually we just dropped all the toolings and hard coded as much as we could.
Okay, Mew, do you want to add anything?
No.
Well, how did
That's
you feel
fine.
about Fast64?
What you want to know the Fast64 part?
Yeah, that's one of the tools that we use.
Oh yeah, in general, I'm more for level design parts, but in this jam, I had more to focus on the modeling and also the animations. So that was a good opportunity to learn something about animations in Blender.
Okay.
I had some problems during the development, but at the end it worked.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Okay. So in this year's jam, we required everyone to implement AI since they were party mini games, and the non-human players just doing nothing would be kind of boring. So what was your experience with that? Was it complicated for you to implement AI? Did it take long? Was it hard to tune?
Didn't take necessarily long. I usually think of things before implementing them, like I over engineer and then under engineer. So for the AI for the Hexagon games, I wanted to have different levels to add to the humanity of it. So I had delay frames, I had an error margin to kind of add randomness to inputs. Because most of for those games, really the AI is look for the closest platform, emulate a stick movement towards that platform, and then press the jump button if you're moving fast enough. And the hard part about tuning it was built into our engine, because every time I wanted to change the jump, because people who had play tested it early on said they didn't like the jump, and I was trying to change how ZoneCab's engine handled the jump and adding features and taking some out. But every time I did that, I had to rethink the AI because the AI was tuned to how well the jump worked in the game. And as for the whole games, the AI could have been a lot better. When I first started, it was based on Snake 3D, and the AI was too good at first when I had it, and it just tried to destroy and eat everything, and it was impossible for a human player to win. And then I made them dumber, but then I made them too dumb, and I tried to give them a priority system between the objects and the players, because you can eat either one of those. But it eventually just ended up in they get big enough and then they just stop, or they hide. They go to the first object they can find, and if they can't eat it, they just stay there. And so that was what was in our submission, and I've been working on making it a little less dumb, trying to make it better for future release.
All right. I mean, yeah. After voting is closed, you're free to make another PR, change the game. I don't. Boo, correct me on this, but I don't really think we plan on having this like fixed to, what the voting release was.
Yeah, no, like
Continue
when I made
working on
the
those things.
when I made the release of the ROM, I also made a release of the original template. And so if people want, they can PR more mini games. They're free to keep adding to it. It's a open project.
Yeah, that's the one thing I thought of when we were talking about adding PRs to it and people adding things in the future. The only thing you have to worry about is maintaining it, because eventually people will try to add mini games, and then later on something's not going to work, and they're like, "Why can't this build? Why didn't you guys fix this?" And you were like, "Oh, we just left it alone and let the community do with it." But there's eventually going to be those people that why not do? Why broke?
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Boo, do you have any questions?
Yeah, so I thought it was clever that you basically took one of the mini games you had already finished, and then you basically copy pasted it but switched out the mechanics somewhat. And yeah, that was clever. That was kind of what I was expecting people to do when they submitted more than one mini game. That, or they would just scope out something smaller and just shoot out a bunch of smaller mini games. But hey, that was also something I was hoping someone would do.
Yeah, like really quick one-offs.
Yeah. Yeah, one thing that I was a bit confused about in the holes mini game, sometimes when you eat stuff, this like blue triangle just like stays in this position of the thing that you ate. What's that about?
Oh, so it's the blue triangle is you're eating hydrons, and it is supposed to be a water.
Oh, it's water. Okay. Okay. They look like fine But okay, that makes sense
Yeah,
too. Yeah.
people have told me they look like signs. They're small enough, and I didn't put a lot of detail into them because they're small, especially if it's in split screen. But yeah, they're supposed to be hydrants, and that's supposed to be water. I tried to
Okay.
do a particle spray, but I was kind of running out of time on that one. So I just said I'm going to do a triangle that its height oscillates up and down, so it kind of looks like a cartoony water spray.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't think I have any other questions.
Yeah, one question I have is says you actually dedicated a lot of your time, like after the submission was closed.
Yes.
You took a lot of time like finding bugs in pretty much all of the other submissions, which I found was pretty cool. Like, thank you for doing that.
Oh yeah, of course. Somebody would have to have done it, right?
I mean, yeah, I was gonna ask what made you do it.
What made me do it? Because I wanted to. I wanted to help get it done for everybody. I'm very used to it. I kind of started a lot of what I've been doing with the Super Mario 64 PC port, and I got really into that in the beginning of my adventure into this modern age of game hacking and decomps and things like that. So I got into helping people, and that meant figuring out how to get things to build in any different environment, or trying to understand why this mod with thousands of lines of code and this mod with thousands of lines of code doesn't work together, and just things like that. So I kind of like it. It's kind of like detective work almost, like solving riddles. And yeah, like I think 2 weeks in, I got really concerned with memory, and I just remember how frustrating it was hunting everything down, but I kind of got a nice sense of where things would be missed. So I thought it would be easy for the leak part of it. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay. Yeah, again, thank you for doing that, for volunteering.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, it was
The
very
world
appreciated.
needs people like you.
I
in,
didn't
like,
do I
all
did not do
software
it for
projects.
I did not do it for clout or for brownie points towards better voting. I just did it because I wanted it to be done. And I figured I could do it, and it would be good practice for me to do it.
That's very humble of you.
Thank you.
All right. So I don't have any other questions. So thank you guys for joining this interview, for participating in the game jam. Thank you very much. And we hope to see you again next time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, take care.
Okay,
too.
take care.
You
Bye.
too. Bye bye.